Good morning, everyone. Happy to be the icebreaker for this workshop. I have to say, I want to excuse myself from the beginning because I don't think I'm citing any one of you in this presentation, but that's why I'm excited to learn about your presentation so that I may take that in future versions. So, all right, let's start. I'm going to present this paper titled Effectiveness and Supply Effects of High Coverage Rent Control Policies, which is based on rent control in Catalonia. Okay, so, all right. So the good part of me being the first one is that I get the motivation for rent control, and I guess everyone in the room knows why this is interesting. But I have the chance to tell you my version of it. So, housing affordability is a big concern recently in many large cities, especially in very densified and urban areas where the demand is high and the supply is low. So many people are struggling to find a decent house to live at a reasonable price. So this has entailed many local and regional governments and national governments to do different kinds of policies to try to solve this situation. One of these star measures is the rent control measure. So that we have many examples. We will see in these days. It has been the case of Spain as well, France as well, Berlin, of course, in Germany. And however, so this is a policy that is very unpopular among economists. I don't know how many economists are in the room, but it's almost the first thing we learn in the first class of economics is that controlling prices is not a good thing, it's not a good solution, because it can lead to supply shortages, among other things, also some misallocation between residents and houses, and many other negative potential effects of rent control have been highlighted by the literature. However, this measure is also very popular among voters or among residents of these very densified areas at least. And it has also a very important advantage, which is that it's very cheap. Okay? Compared to any other housing policy, which implies maybe deep housing, rent control is much cheaper than this and much immediate. It can have effects that are more immediate than any of the others. So for this reason, it might be, it's not a policy that is going to disappear from the public debate anytime soon. So that's why it's interesting to study. All right, so there has been some studies that look at the impact of this rent control. Many of them are in the US, and they assess the controls that were in place around the mid-90s period. There's the paper by Sims that I'm sure most of you know in this room, which look at the dysregulation of the rent control in Massachusetts. And then they find that rents increased in neighborhoods that were previously controlled once the control is removed. Then there was this paper that got a lot of attention by Diamond and co-authors that look at a change in reforming rent control in San Francisco, which consisted in extending the rent control to another segment of the market. And they show that there is that this rent control did manage to slow down some of the displacement of low-income households and of minorities, but there was also some supply effects, in the sense that some of these newly controlled units try to find strategies not to be affected by the rent. They try to change the, basically they try to convert the buildings to condos, which were not affected. The German federal law has also been assessed quite a lot. So there's the paper by when they look at some of the potential negative effects, among those, they look at what happens to new construction, and they don't seem to find anything going on there. But they do find some displacement of the supply between renovated units. So some of the units under control got the renovation so that they can avoid the rent control. And finally, there's this recent paper by the co-authors who identify a very short-lived effect of this rent control that disappears 1 year after its implementation. So, as I said, these are some of the examples. I'm sure that we'll learn about many other papers about rent control in these 2 days. So, what do we do in this paper? We study the case of the rent control system in Catalonia, which was implemented in the fall of 2020. And I will talk more about how this system works, but it will have a particularity to be very, very high coverage. So every kind of apartment or house is covered, is affected by the rent control. And we will argue that it has potentially high enforcement because of how data is collected. I will also give more details on that. The regulation applies to municipalities that comply with 2 characteristics. The first is having 20,000 inhabitants or more and having a tight housing market, which has a pretty clear definition as well. We will apply a difference in difference and different strategy to compare these municipalities that got control to a group of non-controlled municipalities. And the preview of our results is that we find a decrease in rents between 4 and 5%, but we don't find any effect in the number of rental contracts at last time. So this suggests that the supply effects were not very great, very high, at least, of course, in the short term, because this is a very recent policy and we can only assess it at the short term. And of course, since this happens a bit in between COVID, we'll have to deal with contemporaneity, and we will do plenty of tests to try to prove that it is not COVID, but it's rent control. And we also are able to look at other supply measures and find consistent evidence that none of the supply measures seem to be. So, as I said, this is I like to say that this is especially an unliked policy because it sort of learned from all the mistakes from other rent control systems, especially the German case. So, and basically when they designed the policy, they try to anticipate some of the potential negative effects and try to regulate in a way that there could be avoided. Okay, so the first thing is about supply shrinking. So this is the main concern when you implement a rent control. You are afraid that the supply will decrease. And especially, for instance, the new construction, that there will be no more new construction because there cannot be rent at the market price. So in order to avoid this, the Catalan regulation had an exemption for newly built units, in a way that all the newly built units could avoid the rent control for a number of years and were affected by it only after. And there is also a concern that there would be a displacement between control and non-controlled areas. In this case, in the Catalan case, this is unlikely also because the regulation applied to a group of municipalities, which all the housing in a given municipality is affected. This is unlike the San Francisco case, where only some types of apartments were affected, like condos were exempted, for instance, in the San Francisco case. This is not the case in the in the Catalan regulation. So all kind of housing unit is under the regulation, and also they will include some exceptions from units that are regulated. So if that are renovated, sorry. So if you want to renovate your unit, will be able to charge a slightly higher rent. Then, as I said, the enforcement was quite good. There were fines planned for non-compliance, and some of them were applied quite soon after the implementation. And there was quite a transparency policy that ensured that the caps of the regulation had to appear in all the ads for rent, and in all the rental contracts as well. Okay, you had to include the cap at which the unit was subject. And all right. Let me tell you some basic statistics about the housing market in Spain. So Spain is still mainly a country of home ownership. The percentage is 75%. However, the share of renters have been increasing slightly in recent years. It's up to 25% between 2004 and 2020. And there is almost no social housing in Spain. So all these 25% of renters, they are all in the private rental. What is the legal framework for these renters? So up till 2019, all the rental contracts were 3 years, but this was changed to 5 years after 2019. Okay? So this is the minimum length of rental contract. And so before the rent control, there were no restrictions of prices between contracts. There was only a restriction of price within contracts. So within these 5 years, you could only increase the rent according to the CPI. All right, so how was this rent control system? Let's say it was implemented in September 2020, and it affected municipalities of more than the 20,000 inhabitants with a tight housing market. What is a tight housing market? It's a municipality whose annual rent grew more than 4.15% over the recent 5 years. So there was a clear definition of what a tight market is. If your rents were increasing a lot, then you were considered a tight housing market, and if you had more than 20,000 inhabitants, then you were affected by this regulation. This affected both new agreements and renewals of previous contracts. So if you are over these 5 years, then you want to renovate, you are also concerned by this control. And so how did it work? There was so the cap was a minimum between 2 different thresholds. The first threshold is a nominal rent cap, which comes from a price index that is characteristics that depends on the characteristics and on the area. So there is this housing price index for the entire region that assigns at each area a given level of rent that also depends on the characteristics of the unit. And the other cap is the previous rent at which you were renting. Okay, so in the end, you will be subject at the minimum of these two caps. So either if you were renting at 500 and you want to renovate, and you want to renovate your contract, let's imagine that that the index that applies to you is 600. In this case, you need to be tied to your previous agreement. Okay? If the index that applies to you is 400, then you need to go down to 400. Okay, so it's always minimum between the two. There were some exemptions on this regulation when you had special amenities, or as I said, for new construction or for renovation, and also very large units are exempted from the control. And there were some enforcement measures that include fines between 9,000 and 90,000 that were applicable in case of non-compliance. So this is, if you divide all the municipalities in Catalonia by the two criteria that I just tell you, the population criteria and the type 1 criteria, all the blue points are the ones that are that comply with the two criteria, so the ones that should be affected by the control. And we see that this is quite almost perfect definition of treatment of when the municipality is covered by the rent control. Okay? So so all the blue ones will be the controlled municipalities, and hence our treatment group. With the certain regulation. Another interesting thing that we can see is that there are many non-controlled municipalities that also have a very high tight market. It's this part here. So there are many municipalities that were below the population threshold, but that they also experienced a very high rent increase in the past. We're going to use this for our strategy because those are going to be our control group. Okay, so in the end, we're going to compare these blue points to the red points that are at the left top. Okay, these are going to be our controls because these are two groups of municipalities that have the same housing market experience in a way. They all are tight, okay, but only one group got controlled because of this population criteria. All right, so the data that we use is, this is a quite original and unique data, which comes from, it's all the tenancy agreements that were signed in Catalonia. And we have this data because in Catalonia there's this rule where you need to put the deposit of your tenancy agreement, you need to put it in a public agency that collects this money. Okay. So when they do so, they also, since the deposit, it's usually 1 month of rent, we also have information on how much rent we pay, and we got access to all this data. Okay, so this gives us a quite unique measure of actual supply, so the actual numbers of contracts that were signed, and also at the real price at which they were signed, and not at the posted or advertised price as is usually being used in these cases. So we have data on the prices and on the number of agreements. This goes between 2016 and 2022, actually now. And it covers all the municipalities that have at least 5 tenancy agreements per quarter. So it's basically 85% of the population living on rental units. This is the geographical distribution of our municipalities. The blue ones are the ones that got the rent control, and the red ones are the ones that we're going to use as comparison group. So the ones that also have a tight housing market, but not comply with the population. All right, so how does it look? So this is the empirical strategy that we're going to use. This is a very standard difference in difference strategy in which we interact our rent control dummy with a post dummy, and we will look at what outcome would be either the rent price or the number of agreements per 100 units. And then we control by municipality and time fixed effects. And then we will add some labor characteristic at the municipality level to make sure this is already our first attempt to control for the COVID shock. Because we could argue that these two groups of municipalities, since in the end they have a different population size, they may react a bit different to the COVID shock. So we control for some labor market outcomes, such as the number of unemployed people, the number of COVID furloughs, which is the partial unemployment that some companies got during COVID, and the number of new employment contracts. All right, so this is how the data looks, but in the raw data. Okay, this is only the mean of the price when comparing the two groups. So what is interesting here is that there are two things to notice here. The first one is that we already see a clear drop in the blue line after the rent control was implemented in 2020. And so that suggests that it had an effect, although this is not yet our empirical strategy, just the raw descriptive data. The other interesting thing we see here is that we have quite astonishing parallel trends from the period before. So the two groups of municipalities were evolving very similarly before. It's only when the rent control is implemented that there is a shock. Okay? In a way, this is what we were expected because it's by definition, by our definition of our control group, that the previous rent should be very similar to the previous rent in the control group. And this is because all groups have this tight housing market, which is defined as the previous increase in rents. Okay? So that's what we were expecting to have these parallel trends, and this is what we need to apply a difference. And this is what happens with the number of tenancy agreements. We clearly see the drop during the lockdown period, okay? But interestingly enough, we see that there is a recovery quite fast for the two groups, okay? What we do see is that the blue group seems to be recovering a bit faster. And there is a peak right before the rent control. And we wanted to explore this a bit more. In particular, we want to explore to what extent this might be some anticipation effect to anticipating the rent control. Okay, so what we have in mind here is that some owners anticipate that there's going to be a rent control and they want to rent their unit right before the rent control is in place so that they can still charge the higher price. Okay. At the beginning, we were not expecting this because there was only 2 weeks between the approval of the law and the application of the law. But actually, we do find some anticipation effects during this 2 weeks period. And I want to show you that. What is this? Okay, this is the one, okay? So we see here in this right graph, this is the evolution of the number of tenancy agreements. And we see that there are 2 points. This is at the week level. And we see that there are 2 points that go high right before the rent control, and this anticipation effect. Many owners rush into signing a tenancy agreement right before, so they can still charge after. All right. Otherwise, let me show you the results of our different leaf. The first 3 columns are the effects on rents, and the last 3 are the effects on number of agreements. So we see a clear decrease in rents around 4%, but nothing going on the number of agreements. So there is not a decrease in the number of agreements signed. Okay, so that suggests that the supply effect was not massive, was not large, was not enough for us to identify it at least. But we do find this anticipation effect here, that it's an increase in the number of contracts signed right before the rent control was in place. All right, so this is the event study structure of results. We clearly see a decrease in rents, but nothing going on in the number of agreements. And interestingly enough, since we have many points 3 to 4, we see that there is nothing significant worse. This suggests that we have preference, it's fine, we can conclude on this. And these are the weekly results that I showed you before. So we see that for the rents, we see a decrease in quite consistent decrease in rents right after the control, and nothing for the number of agreements. How am I doing in time?
Yeah, we've got 5.5 minutes. Let's just finish this bit.
So let me tell you a bit about how can we interpret these results. So what we find is a decrease in 4.5% in rents. This means on average 30 euros decrease per month and 350 euros annual. Okay, so for each tenant, now you have 350 euros extra a given month, a given year. Sorry. And if you so this is 1.4% of the annual income of households living in rental units. So it's small, but it's something. So if we take into account that this policy affected almost 200,000 contracts, okay, so those are all the contracts that were signed during the period of the rent control, we can then multiply these 350 times the 200,000 agreements to have these 300 million euros of save that all these tenants that sign this contract saved thanks to the policy. And this is, so it's quite shocking to compare this to any other housing policy of the government, which spent only 1/3 of this during the same period. Okay, so this shows that, as I said, this is a policy that is very cheap because it doesn't imply much of expense by the government, but at the same time, it can have an economic effect that affects a large number of people, and in terms of its economic value, it can be quite high. All right, so another interesting thing we do is that we can look at other measures of supply. For instance, we can look at the number of contracts that are ended to see if there is if the owners that are subject to the rent control now decide to end the contract earlier for a reason, or we can also actually measure the stock of active contracts. Okay? Since we have any new contract that is ended, we can compute a measure of stock, which means how many tenancy agreements are active at each period of time. We can look at the effect of the rent control on this stock of active contracts, and we see that there's no move. Okay, so there is no reduction of the number of active rental contracts. And we can look at housing sales as well. So one typical consequence of rent control is that maybe some owners decide to sell instead of renting. So if this is the case, we should see an increase in the number of sales transactions. We can look at this and we find not an increase. On the contrary, we find a decrease of the number of sales, which we interpret this as a sort of a decrease in the buy-to-let segment of the housing transaction. Okay, so all the buyers that were buying to rent, they may be a bit less interested in doing so now that there's a rent. Okay, and finally, I'm not going to talk about proposition effects. And let me just briefly talk about the robustness test, maybe. So we try to deal with the fact that COVID happened only 6 months before the implementation of this rent control. Specifically, so what can COVID be? Why is COVID a problem for us? Maybe because preferences for where to live change after COVID, because work from home. Now you don't have to go to the office so often, so you might be more interested in living farther away from your job and having more space. Okay, so there might be something going on here that can bias our results. So to control for this, we control for the fact that the preference of the how large the municipality is might have changed after COVID. Okay? We do so by including a COVID variable times the municipality size to see whether preferences change, and we find that our results are robust to this. And what else? And so we also do so by distance to CBDs, or distance to where the jobs are, and we find that our results are robust to this. And maybe let me show you only this, which is our favorite robustness test. So this policy of rent control was abruptly ended in March 2022 because of the courts decided it was not legal. But then we look at what happened right after. If you can just click on this button for me, please. Yep. So this, the second line shows the moment where the control is no longer in place, and we see that rents go immediately back up right after there's no longer a rent control. Okay, so this suggests that all this drop was indeed caused by the rent control, and that it immediately disappears right after. As for the supply, we still find no significant effect of any decrease or yes, thank you. So that's it for me. So just to conclude, we look at our rent control policy and in Catalonia, and we find that it has been able to reduce rents quite significantly, while it had no impact on tenancy agreements. Again, at least at the short term, this is 1.5 years of the policy. So we can conclude that there are not immediate effects in terms of supply, and we believe we try to show that the results are not driven by the COVID crisis. That's it. Thank you very much.
Still have time for discussion.
We're 31 minutes, so we started early, so we could probably have maybe 2 questions. I mean, it's 23 minutes past, so we're kind of behind schedule. If you'd like to.
Yes.
Well, thank you. It was very, very interesting. I wanted to ask about the court decision from 2022. It's a bit different in every country, but I guess put it broadly, it's always a matter of rent control policy, is always a matter of balancing between property rights and public good, and every court defines it differently. And you wrote there that it was unconstitutional, so I was wondering if you can elaborate a little bit what was in that decision.
Yeah, in that case, it's a matter, so it's very typical in Spain. This is a matter of who has the power to do this, the region or the state. And basically, this was a regional policy, and the constitution said, no, this relies to the state to take this kind of decision. Because, so the regions have power in doing housing policies, but this, not only housing policy, but it's also a civil right, it's a regulation of contracts. So this is not a housing policy. This is more like justice. So this comes from the Ministry of Justice. So that's why the ruling of the Constitutional Court said you don't have the power to to change legal framework. This comes back to the state. And actually, if you have been following Spanish recently, there was a housing law that passed very recently that did a very similar thing. So basically now, so the state cannot actually implement the regulation, but can set the framework so that some regions can decide to activate or not the rent control. So now if they want to activate it again, they can, because there's a law from the state that allows it.
Yeah.
I have a question, well, 2 questions, short question. Well, you mentioned that the large houses were accepted from the regulation, new houses too, but not really, because they were subject to similar type of regulations that were not really exempted from it. Have you tried to use this variation between large houses in regulated areas and large houses in non-regulated areas?
Yeah, that's a good question. So houses from 150 meters or more were not subject to this. So the thing is that we do not have enough houses of this size to have a sample big enough. So at some point we tried, but we realized that the number was too low. Especially because these large houses are more concentrated in small areas and less so in urban areas, which are the main focus of this regulation. So we had not enough observations for this. Is that it?
I think we can I mean, there might be further questions, but probably we can ask in the break.
I wonder if there's any online questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a hand up, Eduardo Gonzalez.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you for this extremely interesting presentation. I just want to ask one question, which is, have you ever seen or have you ever measured how this policy affects the new construction? I know there is an exception of new construction, but maybe I don't know if you have ever seen if this policy has affected, for example, the new residential construction permits between the different the two groups. So if you have that would be amazing.
So yes, thanks for the question. So yes, we tried. We tried to look at that, but we encountered at least two problems. The first one is that the data is annually. So it's since the policy lasts only 1 year, 1 year and a half, it was a bit harder for us to identify which years are treated or not. And the other thing is that construction was largely affected by COVID as well. So it's hard for us to say, it's harder for us to disentangle the COVID effects from the rent control effect when it comes to construction permits. So we did not reach any robust enough conclusion for us to be sure enough to add it into the paper. But yeah, we did look at that with some non-conclusive results, I'm afraid. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
And now we have an online presentation of Per Johansson. I pronounced your name correctly.
Okay, hello everyone. Yeah, I'm Per Johansson. I'm a professor at the Department of Statistics, and I have mainly been doing research in econometrics, labor, and so on. So this is my first paper on housing. So Cecilia Enström Öst, who is the co-author of this paper, is the expert. I hope you bear with me if I say something wrong. Yeah, so this paper is about the consequences of the Swedish rent control system on labor income. And we have as disposal a randomized experiment to study this question. So the aim is to make use of a unique randomized rental apartment lottery in the Stockholm metropolitan statistical area in Sweden to examine if behavioral effects exist, and that's basically a behavioral effect is basically an income effect in the Swedish rent control program. That's the aim. And it's very simple in the sense that we have this randomization, so the analysis will be quite simple, as you understand. So the Swedish rent control program is quite different from many other countries, as we learned. It applies uniformly across the entire rental sector, so it covers around 1.5 million of rentals. All individuals are eligible for rental contracts without special needs taken into account. No distinction made between new and sitting tenants. It's basically like a non-targeted housing assistance program, more than what you are perhaps commonly thinking about when we are talking about rent control programs. The Swedish rental market is like this. It covers more than 3 in 10 live in rents in Sweden, and Sweden is, so this means it's around 3 million people, because Sweden's population is around 10 million. All rents remain lower than the market rate, and this is especially so in attractive areas like this area we are studying here in the experiment, like the Stockholm metropolitan statistical area. Distribution of rentals is based on the position in a housing agency queue, so that's how it is distributed. It's long waiting times for an apartment, especially so in attractive areas, and this has to do with that, of course, that the rents are much lower than if you buy a house or if you buy an apartment. Yeah, no. So contribution to the literature, and here I may be out on thin ice, I guess, but the paper contributes to the empirical literature on behavioral effects of on rent control programs. And what we have written in this paper is the paper by Diamond et al. 2019 and Author et al. That is about the impacts of rent control on tenants and landlords and supply of rental housing. That has to do with also the incentives of buying houses, I understand. Mobility and unemployment, papers by Navarro, Hardman, Dionides, Monk and Sporer, Glaser, Luttman, and so on. So I guess you know these kind of papers. The Swedish rent control program can be seen as a targeted housing assistance program, as I alluded to just 2 slides ago. To this extent, the findings in this paper also contributes to the body of empirical research that studies the effect of housing assistance on labor market. And this means papers by Jacob and Ludwig, Rice and Saar, Kling et al. And Mills et al. The paper closest to ours, I think, is this paper by Van Dijk, who analyzes the housing lottery in the Netherlands. He finds that the average effect on those receiving public housing is negative and substantial in size on employment and individual and household earnings, while positive for assistance received. Okay, so this is the lottery then. It is consisted of 638 rented apartments that was distributed randomly during a 10-year period between 2003 and 2013. And on average, it was 60 apartments that was distributed every year. All individuals were eligible to participate. In order to get an apartment, you needed to have steady income and gross income of 3 annual rents. The lottery was advertised 7 days on the housing company webpage. Applicant with a random number of 1 was first offered, and if this applicant turned down the offer, the second one was offered, and so on. This experiment is conducted in a time and in an area, because in Stockholm, what MSA means the metropolitan area, it's always shortage of this kind of rental apartment. But it was conducted in a time and in an area with shortage. So the Swedish National Board of Housing estimates that the rents in Stockholm MSA would increase by 68% if they instead were set in accordance with the market value. In addition, there is a black market, and there is possibility of subletting, that is to rent out the apartment again, and to also, in that case, increase the rent. So with the black market, you can use the apartment in sort of changing. You have one apartment, but then you can, if you meet someone, for instance, and you want to cohabit, and that also have an apartment, but then you can use the 2 apartments to change to another bigger apartment. So it can be used in trading and get another rental apartment. So in that sense, it consists of some capital value. So the hypothesis that we have is that the rent control reduces labor supply, as the subsidized rent and the potential gain is a lump sum. Unemployed individuals could find jobs due to being offered subsidized apartment, of course. However, we cannot test this since there is an income requirement to obtain a rental contract in the lottery, and this also holds in general in the housing in this system that we have in Sweden. So the lottery is basically it's the same as how it works in real life. It's the lottery is just doing exactly what is done in the housing program in general. Sample and summary statistics of the lottery. It consists of all individuals offered the rental in the lottery, all individuals not offered, and most received numbers 10 to 15. It depends on how big the lottery is. You will see later on that some lotteries are very small, and then we may just find 10 that did not that did not take the lottery. But in most of these lotteries, we have 15 control individuals to the one winning the lottery. In total, 7,423 lottery applicants. 4,235 of these individuals are identified only one time in our data. The remaining 3,188 are partaking more than one time. That is, you can participate in as many lotteries as you like if you don't win, of course. So this means that you can partake more than one time. But in our data, we have 4,235 that are just in the data set one time. So of course, we take this into consideration when we do the inference by clustering on the individual level. The individuals are followed at the latest to 2015. So if you remember, the lottery was taking part in 2003 to 2013, and we have outcome data until 2015. So for those participating in the first lottery in 2003, we can follow them 12 years after taking part in the lottery. But for the individuals partaking in the 2013 lottery, we have only 2 years of follow-up time for them. So we focus the analysis on individuals partaking in the lottery in 2003 to 2009, where we have a total follow-up time of 6 years of outcome in our data. So this is the distribution of the lottery applicants. So in the first year, it was 75 apartments and 7 apartments. Second year, 163 and only 7 apartments, but 75 participants, so very low number of participants in our data. 165 in the 2004 with 12 apartments, 33 apartments, 45 apartments, and so on until 2013 with only 14 apartments and 121 individuals in our data. And this is the distribution of the lottery numbers for those accepting the apartment, and this is the one and with the lottery number 1, and it's 30% that accept the apartment if they got the lottery number 1. Those that receive lottery number 2, then it's in total, it's 60% with lottery number 1 and 2 that accept the apartment, and it's 80% with lottery numbers 1, 2, and 3 that accept the apartment, and this is the cumulative distribution for all lottery numbers that we have in our data, making up almost 100% of all individuals. Okay, so in our design we will call this 1, 2, and 3 low lottery numbers, and this will be used as an instrument for estimating the effect of obtaining a subsidized housing. So this will be our instrument in the estimation. That is, this is take value 1, and this will be taking where the high numbers will take value 0. Okay, so this is some descriptive statistics, and this is the people that we observe for only 2 to 3 years in our. So this is individuals partaking in the lottery in 2011 to 2013, and this is the individuals that we observe for a total number of 6 years in our data. We see that the individuals partaking in the lottery a little bit later in the period are younger. They are less likely to be women. They are also less likely to have children, and they have a lower income. So there is some distributional changes. So this suggests that perhaps we should control for calendar time when we do the examination, and we should also, of course, control for when the year of the lottery, but also calendar time. Yeah, that's what? Why did I miss? No, here. Yeah, this is the balancing test. So as I told you, we will use the individuals having a low lottery number, that is 1 to 3, as a way of estimating the effect. We do this also completely non-parametric using the ranking in the paper, but I will not show the result of that. That is called a weighted local average treatment effect estimator. So we have also used the rankings and not just this discretizing of the lottery numbers in the analysis. But this is the main analysis where we use this as an instrument in our estimation, low and high. What we see is that getting a low lottery number in contrast to a high lottery number is we find no difference in these characteristic that we have in our data. So income is pretty well balanced. It's at least not statistically significant. It has lower income, previous income. So this is data 1 to 2 years before they partake in the lottery. Number of children balanced, education balanced, and we have 813 individuals that have these low lottery numbers and 6,610 individuals with this high lottery number. Okay. So this is the empirical strategy, very simple. We have outcomes, that is labor supply, and we are estimating the effect on income and employment, and we are also estimating the effect on education, increase in education. So we have 3 outcomes, and we use the following regression model for the analysis, and the analysis is made using a 2-stage least square estimator. But we are also using this weighted approach suggested by Angus and Imbens in the original paper where they discussed the late. And we use this low lottery number as the instrument. So we estimate the effect on these 3 outcomes for individual I in lottery number J at time T, when the years they are winning, and we also have calendar time. So T is years after, so we can estimate the effect at 1 year after, 2 year after, 3 year after, and so on. And then we also have control for calendar time effects, we control for the lottery, and we also have a specific intercept for the time when after winning the lottery, and we estimate separate effects for each year after winning the lottery on receiving a subsidized apartment. Inference is done by clustering at the individual level, I think we do. Cluster standard levels within the parentheses, and I think we cluster on the individual level. Yes, I think we did that. Okay, so this is the result on labor income. For the first year, we have the intent to treat effect, that is estimating the effect with the low lottery number here instead of SO. And then we have, so it is reduced the labor income for the first year, it reduced the labor income for the second year, not statistically significant, but it becomes statistically significant for year 3, year 4, and year 5, and then it's tapering off. So it's still a negative effect on labor income in year 6, but it's no longer statistically significant. Rescaling this by taking into consideration that we are estimating the effect on the subsidized apartment. We get also statistically significant effect for the compliers. That is quite big, of course, and the first stage is highly significant, so it passes all relevant tests for being a valid instrument. This is without control variables. If we include control variables that was shown in the descriptive tables, then the results are basically unchanged. There are some marginal changes. A little bit more precisely estimates. Since we have so much balance in the covariates, it didn't really affect the standard errors much, really. Okay. Summary on labor income then. The decrease in labor income is substantial in years 3 to 5. After the lottery, a low lottery number reduced the labor income by around 16,000 Swedish kronor, that is 1,007 euros, at least when we wrote this paper each year. For the compliers, the decrease in annual labor income in these years is in the range of 35 to 45,000 Swedish kronor, that is 3,300 to 4,800 euro. Under the assumption that the compliers have a mean income of 2,355,000 and 2,227,000. For these years, this effect is around 13.5% and 20% reduction in labor income, so a huge effect. The increasing effect from the first 2 years makes sense, as it takes some time to adjust the labor supply. There is also a formal restrictions on as the housing company sets the regular income requirement at least 3 months before moving date. The tapering off is potentially a consequence of those individuals who do not get an apartment through the lottery, receiving a rental apartment through the regular housing queue, or receiving an apartment when they're participating in new housing lottery. This is the effect on employment. So we find similar effects on employment as we find on labor income. Perhaps that has to do with that we don't really have an employment indicator in our data. Instead, we create, as is usually done, an employment indicator using the income measurement that we have in the register data. That is commonly done. So that is what we do, but we find a strong negative effect also on employment on year 3 to 5 after having winning this lottery. Income and employment by sex. Again, the effects are negative on both outcomes for both men and women, except for year 6 on the income outcome. For women, the negative effect is statistically significant. On income, 3 to 5 years, and for 4 to 5 for employment. The effect in year 5 is substantial for both income and employment. Yeah, it's an effect of 27% and a reduction by employment by around 50%. So huge effect for women. The results for men are slightly more modest and only statistically significant for employment in year 3, where the reduction is around 23%. We also do the analysis separately for those that don't have own housing when moving into an apartment. So we restrict the analysis to those that are younger than 29 without the rental contract or property ownership at the time of the lottery. Negative effects on both income and employment throughout for these as well. The magnitude of the point estimate for both outcomes is in general larger in absolute values than for the full sample. The main difference from the main analysis is the large and negative statistically significant effect in the last year for both outcomes. Thus, the tapering off effect is not seen in this sample, as you would expect to some extent. They have a less good history when it comes to the housing. This is the effect when we estimate the effect of receiving higher education, and higher education is defined by using the Swedish nomenclature of the highest completed education, and this consists of 6 levels. When it comes to education, we find an increase in education after 3 years only. We have positive effect at year 4 as well, but no effect the other years, and it makes sense to some extent because this is finishing a higher education. So it takes at least 3 years from starting an education to finishing the education. So it makes sense in some way. If we were to find an effect on education, it would be for year 3 and year 4. When we estimate this separately for women and men, we find quite large effect for women at year 3 and 4, but none of these are statistically significant. For men, we find a statistically significant effect for year 3. The 5.76 percentage point in year 3 suggests an around 100% increase in education attainment for the compliers, so a huge effect. As it takes 2 to 3 years to obtain a higher education degree, these results indicate that complying individuals start a new education relatively soon after moving into the apartment. For men, we find a significant effect in year 3. I think I have discussed this. To further understand the effect on education, we have repeated the analysis on education for the sample of individuals younger than 29 and without a doctorate degree, because doctorate degree is the highest level of education, so you can of course not increase your education level if you have that. The results is qualitatively the same as for the full sample. Who are the compliers? We do this analysis, and what you see is sort of there are some differences. The compliers are somewhat younger, less likely to be women, less likely to have been born in Sweden, and fewer children the year before the lottery. However, the main takeaway is that they are not so different from the other individuals in the sample, which means that we can recalculate the effect in percentage based on the means in the sample, we think. So that makes it more transparent to talk about effect in percent when doing this. Summary. A coherent picture of negative effects on labor income, around 16,000 Swedish kronor or 1,700 euro each year, and a reduction in the fractional employment of around 8 to 13%. To some extent, the effect may be explained by an increased propensity to enter higher education as a consequence of obtaining subsidized rental apartment. The Swedish rent control system, which covers all tenants, most likely creates lower lock-in effects than for the US. Thus, considering the behavioral effect on learning on labor earnings identified here, the total effect on labor supply in the US is most likely greater. The primary goal of the Swedish rent control system, is to reduce economic segregation. To evaluate this goal, the Swedish Tenants Association compares the average income of residents in rented apartment with residents in communities. Given the results from this paper, finding lower income for tenants in rented housing than for the residents in the tenant-owned housing may not be a good evaluation, as the income are endogenous to having a rental contract. So this is the summary. Okay, I think I'm done with this presentation.
We have about 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. So,
Thanks for the presentation. I have one question. You check a lot the balance between the people that win this lot, that are successful in this lottery, and those that are not. But how are the characteristics of those people who actually sign up participating in the lottery differ as compared to those who could sign up but didn't? So maybe those who just didn't know about this opportunity. Because that may already be a quite interesting selection going on, no?
Oh yeah, yes. No, we discussed this in the paper. So the reason for turning down the apartment when you get it may be that so this is, no, we do not find what did we write about that in the paper? Let's see. The problem is that we don't observe that in our data, so we cannot make this kind of analysis. So we have those that are winning. So if the person winning has the number 3, we don't see in the data persons turning down the offer. We don't see that in the data. So this is the problem. I mean, it's not a problem for the results, but since we are estimating the compliant treatment effect, but it would have been very interesting to study this. Yes, I agree on that. This paper is published in Journal of Public Economics, so you can see how we discuss this in the paper if you like, sort of the consequences of this for the analysis. It's not a problem for our analysis, but it's a drawback with sort of figuring out what is happening. And this is related to what I discussed here with effects for those without housing. So a lot of people already have a rental contract partaking in this lottery, and they would like to have something better. And if they don't get something better, they turn down this offer. So it's no loss. They cannot lose anything from partaking in the lottery. And of course, that affects the interpretation of the results.
Okay. Thank you, Fred Johansson, for a great presentation.
Thank you. Stop sharing.
So the pointer is. Oh,
It's
okay. Start my timer. Thanks, guys. I'm Tom Gillespie. I'm going to present very preliminary findings in a paper that I'm working on with my co-authors in Ireland, Ronan Lyons, Conor O'Toole, and Dennis Quinn. And we're looking at the effect of a rent control policy in Ireland on the share of sales and the share of rental listings in Ireland. So at the moment, it's very preliminary findings. We just kind of have some tentative results, and we try a couple of different things, but we still have quite a bit of a road to go down in terms of making it a publishable paper. Okay. So in this paper, we use the staggered introduction of rent stabilization measures across local electoral areas in Ireland after 2016. So it's not a one-stop effect. We had they introduced rent pressure zones in these local electoral areas, and they split into 166 of these areas. But more and more zones became under this policy as time went on over about a 5-year period. So it's not a one-stop policy. It was introduced, and there were a lot of rent pressure zones allocated at the start of the policy, but then more and more rent pressure zones got added over time to the policy. So we exploit that variation to look at the effect on the supply effect of rental properties and also of sales transactions in Ireland. So what we use is a property level data set, and what I'm going to present today, and the results we'll present today will be from a listings website called DAFT in Ireland, daft.ie, and the data is really good because it's a very popular website, so it has a very, very good representation of all of the properties that get sold and rented in Ireland. And the data goes back to 2006, all the way to the present day. So we want to see if after the introduction of these rent pressure zones, do we see an effect on the share of sales in these rent pressure zones relative to the control group, and we see an effect on the supply of rental properties after this policy. So we use a difference. So the Irish government introduced a series of rent control policies called rent pressure zones, which provided for an inflation cap to be allowable increase of prices of 4%. So pretty standard relative to other rent control policies internationally. The caps apply both within and between tenancies and apply to rent pressure areas to high fast-growing rents. These RPZs are designed by criteria and the growth rate of new rents and the level of price relative to a reference level. So while they're mostly limited to urban areas, almost 75% of tenancies nationally were covered by RPZ areas. And they were done on the level of local electoral areas. So there's 166 local electoral areas in Ireland. And the rent pressure zones were based on these borders. So we have, this colour scheme in terms of when the rent pressure zone, when a local electoral area was allocated a rent pressure zone, and then the lighter colours are the later designations of rent pressure zones. So a lot of it is in urban areas, but we also have a nice mix of rural and urban areas. So it's not just kind of an urban effect. We're able to look at these border local electoral areas for identification process. So you can see here over time the thick line there represents the number of LEAs, local electoral areas that became rent pressure zones. But then we can see that in terms of the rent listings, it's above 70% or 80% of the rental market were in rent pressure zones, and 70% of the property market. So we have this kind of this staggered allocation of rent pressure zones over this time period. So in terms of the data, we have from the DAF.ie listings, we have sales data, we have total sale listings that were on DAF from 2007 Q1 to 2022 Q4. We also generate a sales price index, an index conditional on dwelling characteristics for LEAs by quarter from 2006 to 2022 Q4. We can also distinguish between a second-hand property and a new property. And then in terms of the rentals, we can look at the total rentals from 2007 Q1 to 2021 Q3. So we have a nice variation from the start of the rent pressure zone allocation and afterwards, the latest rent pressure zone. We also have, so initially what we have here is the listings data set. So this is what's listed on DAF.ie. This is for sales and rentals, but we also have we'll show some results from the official administrative data on sales transactions, which is a public record in Ireland. So every sales transaction goes on property price register. There is some work to be done in terms of matching the address. So Ireland only got unique address area codes, what we call them postcodes, in 2014 and then 2016. So it is difficult to match, to find the coordinates to match some of these property price registrations to LEAs. So there's some work to be done in terms of we have a matched sample, which is about 75% of the property price registers. We can match them to LEAs, but there is some work to be done in terms of matching the addresses back to the DAF listings and the DAF rental listings especially. So in future work, we'll be able to see rental properties that were in LEAs that actually got sold. What we're going to look at is a measure of the flow of sales listings and measure the flow of rental listings in LEAs during this time period. So in terms of DAF data, we have a total sales listing of 852,000. Roughly 3% of these will be new constructed units, and 25% of them were in County Dublin. So it's not just Ireland can be quite Dublin centric, but in this case, in our data, we have a nice variation in terms it's not just Dublin. We have a large sample of rental listings, over 1.4 million rental listings. Again, a larger share in County Dublin. And we generate price indices for these conditional on property size, number of bedrooms, bathrooms, square meters, the energy rating, and the type, apartment, detached house, etc. Yeah, so the PPR data is the administrative data for a property price register. We can exclude non-market transactions and kind of transactions. We can exclude 27% of observations that are not geocoded to the LEA, but we hope to improve this. We hope to get up to 95% of the property price register geocoded to an LEA. And once we get them geocoded, we can link them back to the rental listings data set. Now, we also forgot to mention that in future we will probably have access to the administrative data on rents, the Residential Tenancy Board, and they are the people that actually register tenancies and register the rent that's paid. So again, we have a listings data set which shows the advertised rents and the advertised sale prices, but we can also link them to the official administrative data as well. And in the PPR data, there was, there's an indicator for new properties and second-hand properties. And so in terms of other controls, we look at the unemployment rate by county. This is a bit of a shorter sample. It's from 2007, we counted 2020 Q2. This is based on the live register, which would be the numerator in terms of the employment rate. The denominator in terms of the labour force has to be estimated between census years. So at the LEA level. So we do specifications with and without the employment rate because it does reduce the sample. And we have a dummy for rent pressure zones. We have period fixed effects. We have LEA, local electoral area fixed effects, which is the geographic entity which the rent pressure zones are used. And then we also have this adjacency variables. So our estimation strategies, we control for observables. We look at very basically regression results, and then we can add in controls where we control for the unemployment rate, price levels, price changes. So we use the price indices that we generated from the sales price index to control for the differences between LEAs in terms of level of amenities, across time and space. And we look at the price changes, the lagged price changes as well. So whether or not the level effect of the different LEAs, but also the price changes in the last year. And we look at a specification where we kind of do borderline LEAs. We just look at LEAs where that aren't entirely surrounded by rent pressure zones, and just the ones that are beside and LEA with and without a rent pressure zone. So reducing the sample, but again, looking for a more like-for-like comparison. It's kind of like a poor man's regression discontinuity design. So we exclude areas that are not on the RPZ border in 2021. So we're basically excluding a lot of urban and rural areas. You can see that in Dublin, there are a lot of LEAs that are completely surrounded by other rent pressure zone LEAs. So we exclude them. There's a lot of rural areas in Ireland, in the west and northwest of Ireland, which aren't a rent pressure zone. We exclude them. We also look at these new estimators for staggered treatments. So there's a burgeoning literature now on difference models for staggered treatment effects, and so using some of the latest kind of estimation strategies for staggered treatments. And then we'll look. So at the moment, I'm just going to show results on the share of listings sold, or the sale listings on that, and the share of rental listings on that. See what the effect is, and then we look at the property price register, and we also look at new and used, the effects on new and used separately. So we have groupings of these local electoral areas by the vintage, as in when they became a rent pressure zone. So we have 51 rent pressure zones that came into effect in 2017 Q1. These are kind of mainly urban and Dublin suburbs and then Cork. Then in 2019 Q3, we kind of have 23 new rent pressure zones allocated. These are going to be excerpted around the cities. We have non-rent pressure zones, 78 of these, which are primarily rural areas around Ireland, and a few in between years that don't fit in between these things. So different rent pressure zones are different. So it wasn't just, there were two big batches in 2017 Q1 and 2019 Q3 of rent pressure zone allocation. And then there was a few other LEAs that became rent pressure zones in between those two time periods. So adjacency status in 2021, so there's 50 fully RPZ adjacent and are RPZ. So there's 50 LEAs that are a rent pressure zone and that are completely surrounded by rent pressure zones. They're mainly, again, urban and Dublin suburbs with some Cork. There's 38 borderline ones that are rent pressure zones, and there's 41 borderline and are not rent pressure zones. So we have a nice mix in terms of the control and treatment in this border specification. A mix of kind of urban and rural areas. Yeah. And then we have 37 fully non-RPZ on non-RPZ adjacent to them. So this kind of gives an illustration of these areas. So if we look at these are the RPZ since 2017 Q1. These are the ones in 2019 Q3, and the grey ones are the ones that kind of happened in between. And in terms of the control and treatment for border specification, we exclude all these black and grey LEAs, and we're just going to keep these purple as a control and orange as treated groups. So we're going to be comparing in a smaller specification, we're going to be comparing these two groups. So you can see there's a nice kind of spatial mix of these treated and control leads. Again, yeah, we just kind of illustrate the variation, the nice variation we have in this kind of border specification. So we have, so in terms of the purple will be our control here, and the orange will be our treatment. We get, you know, a nice mix between the treatment in 2017 and 2019, and we have 11 in between those two periods as well. So we have a nice variation in terms of just looking at the border LEAs compared to the border non-RPZs. So just looking at the pre-trends, we can see that the black line here being the non-RPZs, these are the red line would be the areas that became RPZs in 2017. So this is the first batch. So these would be definitely the high, the very fast-moving rental areas. And then since 2019 is the green line, and then other RPZs are the grey. And this we flatten out the non-RPZ. We bring this to 0, and we just look at the difference between the black line and the other lines. We can see that there's definitely, the trends are very similar for the 2019 RPZs and the grey RPZs, but then for the 2017, the first batch of rent pressure zones, we can see there's quite a difference in the number of sales listings relative to the non-rent pressure zones listings. So using the border kind of specification, we're not really comparing, you know, this group with the red line. So similarly with rental listings, we can see a similar pre-trend for the number of rental listings for the 2019, the kind of the later RPZs compared to the initial batch of RPZs that are allocated. Yeah, these again the borderline. Sorry. So these are the adjacent groups. So in terms of just looking at the groups that are adjacent, so we have again, remember the purple being our control group and the orange being our treated group. We can see that the trend, you know, it's a big difference in the trend for the fully RPZ groups. Is in the black line here, the rent pressure zones that are completely surrounded by other rent pressure zones, which we exclude from that specification. And we can see that the pre-trend for the control group that are non-RPZs but are bordering an RPZ, and the RPZs that are bordering a non-RPZ, quite a similar display. And similarly, again, the rental listings, the trends are crossing. Again, this is the number of rental listings by the vintage, by the year of the rent pressure zone allocation. Yep. And so similarly then with price, We see the adjusted price in general is quite similar across the different groups. So we first do a regression with some controls, and we control for the average price, the change in price, and the average adjusted price index, the change in price, the local unemployment rate. So our fixed effects are, we have LEA fixed effects and time fixed effects. So these, in a later specification, we split the sample out in terms of just looking at new sales versus new constructions versus second-hand constructions. And there's, the sample is quite small. Again, the number of new properties is only 3% of the total market. So we have to deal with a lot of zeros here, which is a bit problematic. But for the basic regression results, when we just look at the RPZ dummy without control for the whole sample, we see a kind of tentative figure. We see, you know, the number of rental listings decreases and the number of sales listings increases. When we add controls, we still see a similar effect on rental listings and on sales listings, but with a smaller magnitude, but still statistically significant, and still in a kind of a way that you know, that would go to theoretical expectations. So seeing tentatively then, now this is not the border specification, this is just a specification where we we add in controls for different areas. So we add in the lagged price, and the mix adjusted price index, and we also look at the change in price as well to see if some LEAs are moving quicker than others. And we have the unemployment rate. So after adding these controls, we see that we're still seeing an increase in the number of sales listings relative to non-RPZ areas and a decrease in the number of rental listings. If we exclude unemployment, which increases our sample, again, the unemployment variable is only a restricted sample because of the spread. We again, removing that, we still increasing the sample and removing unemployment. We still have a significant effect, a positive effect on sales and a negative effect on rental listings. So then, if we were to look specifically at the borderline LEAs, so again, just looking at the kind of the ones that are right beside each other. So we only include LEAs that are bordering LEAs with different RPZ status in 2021. The remaining LEAs and the other LEAs around the country, which are surrounded by the same categorization, would more likely be similar. So just to kind of tighten up the specification, this is our border sample. Again, simple. Now, so this is again just a reminder. This is in this specification. We're just looking at the purple and the orange areas. We're excluding all these large urban areas around Dublin and Cork, and we're also excluding these remote rural areas in Donegal and Mayo. So when we do this, when we add in the dummy, we have a smaller magnitude effect, but we still see a positive effect on sales and a negative effect on rental listings. Now this is a much smaller sample. The inclusion of controls here does mitigate the effect. So I don't know if I have the table with me at the moment, but including the controls, there's an argument that there might not be as much variation. But we can improve the sample with this, but including controls, we do lose the effect on rental listings. So the staggered treatment approach. So again, there's a lot of new literature on estimating different staggered treatments that happen over time. It's not just a one-stop shop. There's all these issues highlighted in the literature about different treatment controls swapping out, and all these biases have been identified. So we use this estimator based on Roth and Sonana 2023. So some of the assumptions are the RPZ status has never been revoked, so that's fine. We haven't seen any LEAs that have lost their rent register status. The timing is almost random. which we can argue it is, although it's based on conditions to do with the rental market. The allocation of RPZs is arguably random in terms of timing. And we don't need to assume this parallel trend beforehand. So yeah, so we have a nice variation in the number of LEAs, the RPZ status over these different time periods. Now, so when we use the stagger treatment, which you're not able to include controls of this stagger treatment estimator, we still see a positive effect on sales listings, but we are not able to get a standard error for the rental listings, but we lose the negative effect on rental listings. So those are, yeah, again, like I said, tentative signs. We're just trying, this is our first exploration into the data, the first couple of models that we're running. But we're seeing kind of tentative signs that, the introduction of rent pressure zones means that landlords are incentivized to sell up and leave the market, and the number of rental listings decreases. So again, we do have a subsample with the property price register. So this is the official administrative data on sales transactions. When we use this, we can see that. So just to kind of split this out a little bit, we see. So in the basic specification, this is what we were looking at before. We were looking at the rental listings, the effect on rental listings, and the effect on sales listings. When we split out the sales listings in terms of new properties only and second-hand properties only, we still see a positive effect in both of these. We see a larger positive effect in the new sales, but the fit is a lot smaller. This is probably due to the sample size. Now we see a negative effect on the sales transactions. So just a flag that it's kind of going against what we're seeing in the sales listings. But the matching criteria here is something that needs to be improved. These are probably more likely to be urban listings. There's definitely a bias towards urban listings because it's easier to match an urban address in Ireland to a unique postcode than it is for rural listings. So just to show that we do have this data, we want to improve it, but this is our kind of preliminary results. Yeah. So just to conclude, so we're exploiting this staggered introduction of rent stabilization measures across local electoral areas in Ireland from 2016 to understand these policies on market exits by landlords. We want to see if these policies are leading to people selling up, and certainly private landlords selling up and leaving the market. And we can, with the RTB data, which is the administrative data on rents, we can look and see if these landlords are small time professional landlords and see the difference there and exploit that difference. So we use a property level data set. We're looking at just kind of individual the flow of, at the moment we're looking at this presentation, just looking at the flow of sales listings and rental listings in these areas and seeing the effect of comparison. So we do have some tentative evidence that share of previously rented properties sold in the rent controlled areas increased, notably after the introduction of regulations. So we think this might be due to landlords seeing this rent pressure zone coming in and then selling as a result and leaving the market. There being reduced supply in rental properties as a result. So, I mean, yeah, for the specifications we have at the moment, they're really kind of, it's largely robust across various specifications. So in the future, though, if we can match a rental listing to a sale or a rental listing to another rental listing using air codes, which requires a little bit more data work on addresses using fuzzy matching and other tools, we can really pin down the flow from rental into sales on an individual level. That's what we hope to do. So, thanks very much.
So why don't you do an event study? It seems like the obvious thing to do, no, in a staggered system.
An event study?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were like I said, this is just our first kind of round of it, but yeah, that's definitely something we're hoping to do. Yeah.
it's super interesting that they try to match the individual listings to the final contract, right? But I was wondering, I mean, that makes considering on location when these are single-family houses, which are probably many in Ireland. But what about like apartments or something like that? Because then the geolocation you cannot really match when you want, or do you have also some other characteristics? So I don't really get it how you can be sure that these are really the same property.
So we have things called air codes, and they're for individual addresses. So in an apartment block with 50 addresses, there's going to be 50 air codes. We can pinpoint it that way. It's not based on coordinates. So the coordinates will help us get to the air code, and we have a full data set of all the air codes. But it's the address matching, the text address field is how it's matched. And in rural areas, you know, your house, you might not have a number, your house might have a name. So it's a bit more difficult in those areas, but doable. But yeah, no, it's not based on, so in theory, we can match all the apartments, you know, from the you know, from in one apartment in one apartment block, from a rental listing into a sales transaction. And we can do it now for a much smaller sample, but we're just unsure about the spatial distribution of that map. So yeah.
So I'm just thinking about kind of how like there's a lot going on in the market, so I'm kind of just having, but in terms of your time period sort of after the implementation of the RPZs, I'm just wondering kind of like how, like why they are afterwards. Just thinking about kind of just like my work with the RTB data and things, kind of thinking about the listings have been falling over time sort of since 2010, so long before the kind of the RPZs came in, and then we've seen kind of particular falls, I'd say, sort of 2021 and 2022, but that's a good bit sort of after like the RPZ sort of came in. So I guess my kind of questions around sort of to what extent you think you're sort of, are you able to sort of like capture these sort of, or kind of deal with these sort of the longer term sort of trends in the market?
In terms of the DAP listings, or so the longer term trends?
Well, yeah, but just the sort of the longer term, just thinking around the kind of the timing. I think like we know that the kind of the listings have been kind of falling down, but they were falling sort of before, and they've also taken kind of big falls a good while after the implementation of the RPZs. So I guess it's kind of just, just sort of like, to what extent is it that, I don't doubt that there's some impact here, but I guess it's kind of to what extent is that, and then kind of what else is sort of going on in the market as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance we could do a type of supply generated index by LEA. I mean, we're hoping that we can, you know, we can use the spatial variation to kind of to overcome the kind of more general, like decrease in listings and the more general supply issues that are happening in Ireland. But yeah, that's something definitely be looked at in a lot more detail. Yeah, I think it's certainly an issue in some of the, when you look at the borderline areas and you look at the fully RPZ areas, it's a big issue there. But I think trying to nail down the different borders, LEAs might help get around that.
Yeah, maybe it's a clarification issue, because when these sales are recorded, when is it? Is it at the time of the offer, at the time of the settlement? Because I expect there is some time elapsing between the two. In France would be 3 months.
Yeah.
And you're actually putting in your regression unemployment at time t. Should be employment at time t minus 3, and so on.
Yeah, so
putting forward variables.
So the listing date is the date it got advertised, because so the date from the DAF listings is the time the day the ad was published on that. The transaction would generally come about 3 months after that if it was sold. So the PPR transactions is basically when it was settled, when the sale was registered, not the offer made or anything like that. So the date on the property price register, the administrative data, is from the date of the actual transaction. The agreement is signed.
Which means that some of your data includes properties which have not been sold.
Yes, it does. Yeah. And like I said, you know, there's some, you know, questions about using listings data. We feel like the listings is really, it's a very good geographical representation of all of the sales in Ireland. We're not going to stop at that. We're definitely going to bring in the transactions data set. But at the moment, more or less 95% of properties that get sold in Ireland end up on that, and it really is quite a dominant player in the market. Not so much with rentals, there's a little bit less rentals, and there's a lot of people avoid daft on rentals. They'll do it privately, they'll advertise on Facebook or something. But certainly with the sales listings, most of it ends up on daft. So we feel like it's a good starting point as a geographical representation. But certainly, yeah, there would be some properties that listed that don't sell. Yeah, I'd say there would be very few that get sold but aren't advertised. I mean, unless it's
Well, you look at the quantities, so the sales or apartments or in general dwellings offered for rent. So the first question would be, can you conclude from what you found that there's a certain replacement of rental apartments by home occupied apartments because you have more sales and less dwellings offered for rent? And the second question is, are you planning to focus also on the prices? So what happened to the prices in the rental pressure zones and outside of them?
Yeah, no, certainly, like, again, that comes with the matching data set. But your first point would be just to actually, you know, some people, to get around the rent pressure zones, will take their property off the market and do renovations, bring it up to a certain BER level, and they can put it back on the market at a more of a market rate. So there's ways of getting around it. So it's not necessarily the case that all sales, you know, the same decrease in rentals and the increase in sales, they're all you know, matched together. There'll be some listings that'll come off the market and that will be, you know, put off the market for 6 months or a year or something because of renovations, and then they're able to put it back on the market. So when we match the data, we'll be really be able to see the ones that get taken off the market and sold. We don't have demographics, we don't know who's selling or anything like that, but we know, well, this was a rental listing for this amount of time. You know, it was listed first in 2006, it was listed again in 2010, then so you know, so we can say a lot with the match data set. Yes, and with we can look at prices as well. We can generate indices. We have a lot of dwelling specific characteristics and location characteristics, so we can do really robust indices for these things. So we can definitely look at a price effect. At the moment, we just want to look at landlords leaving the market, exiting the market, attrition. But yeah, absolutely, yeah, that price effect would be really interesting.
So I think now the questions are over, and we are ready for lunch. It's a little bit early, I know, especially for people coming from Southern Europe, but that's the thing. So thank you very much for the first session, and I invite you to I will show you today somewhat overpresent in a good sense. We have also a presentation from the US. It will be the next one online, and the session will end with my own presentation.
Thanks very much. So I'm going to be presenting some preliminary work on kind of rent controls and short-term lettings and buying spillovers, and this work is based on Airbnb evidence from London. So in terms of motivation for this work, I think I'm fairly well covered already, to be honest. I think there would be widespread and unquestioning affordability challenges in private rental sectors across Europe and beyond, and sort of obviously seen an increase in use of rent controls or rent stabilization measures. I think around half of European countries now have some form of regulation of rent control in place. Typically, these tend to be urban areas with the most acute affordability challenges. They're often time-bound or sort of have sort of an impact in particular high inflation areas. And then I think obviously, as we've seen already from some of the presentations this morning, sort of one of the major concerns with these rent controls is sort of whether they cause a reduction in supply in the in the private rental sector. So obviously, particularly in the short run when sort of the supply of housing is inelastic in the short run. So sort of alongside this kind of increase in the sort of the prevalence of rent control measures, we've also seen a big rise in the popularity of home sharing platforms. So particularly sort of Airbnb being the most well known of these. So I think proponents of these home sharing sites would kind of argue that they sort of have an economic efficiency rationale, so people can sort of monetize and benefit from the spare capacity in their homes and sort of earn a return on that. On the downside, I think it's obviously kind of a potential for a reduction in the supply of properties to rent in the longer term private rental sector market. I think obviously this is particularly a concern in these areas, particularly urban areas with significant affordability challenges already and supply shortages. So in terms of what we're trying to do in this work, it's a fairly simple piece. We're looking at whether the introduction of these rent control measures, or perhaps that is called rent stabilization measures in Ireland, led to sort of a supply leakage, sort of moving from the private rental sector into the Airbnb sector, sort of in the presence of this unregulated outside option. And the identification strategy really exploits the fact that the rent pressure zone legislation that Tom introduced earlier only applies to entire properties. It doesn't apply to rooms in a principal private residence or to part properties. So that's sort of where we're getting our identification from. And as I said, we're using Dublin and the local electoral areas within Dublin for this. So I think kind of the contribution of this paper is really sort of looking at the impact of rent controls on supply in a market which has this sort of unregulated Airbnb as an outside option. So I won't speak too much about the literature. I think kind of certainly not an exhaustive list, but sort of the main two strands of the literature that this work relates to. And kind of firstly, there's a lot of recent papers looking at the impacts of Airbnb on rental prices and supply. So Garcia Lopez is looking at Barcelona. There's various kind of US studies, German, Netherlands, lots of different places being studied. And then obviously kind of the impact of rent controls on supply. So the Diamond paper that's already been discussed, the US, and then a couple here as well, looking specifically at the Berlin rent freeze more recently. So and it was obviously kind of two main strands of the literature that our work relates to. But as I say, we're sort of looking at the specific case where you have the sort of outside unregulated option for supply to sort of flow into. So I won't spend too long on this because Tom's already introduced it, but essentially the sort of the key legislative bits that from our perspective. So at the end of December 2016, we had this sort of Housing and Residential Tenancies Act introduced the concept of these rent pressure zones in Ireland. So at the time, price growth was capped at 4% per annum. There are exemptions, so for significant renovation or new supply, that's anything not let in the last 24 months. It could be new or it could be not let for a couple of years. The key thing from our perspective here is that these regulations only apply to entire properties, not to part rooms or part properties. There are sort of a second generation controls that they apply within and between tenancies. And all 26 Dublin LEAs, at the time, there were 26, there was a boundary change in 2019, were designated as rent pressure zones from the outset, as you saw from Tom's maps earlier. And then moving to the short-term lettings market, I think the key thing from our perspective, the time that we're looking at here, is between January 2016 and December 2018, and in that period, there was no legislation on short-term lettings in Ireland. In 2019, there was something brought in where there was a kind of required planning permission for a change of use if people wanted to use it as a short-term lettings. But during the period that we're studying, there was no regulation in the short-term lets sector, which is really what we're getting at, I guess. So in terms of the sort of the mechanism that we're thinking about here, the supply spillovers, so sort of rent controls coming in, the expected returns for landlords in the lower in the private rental sector than they would be in the sort of the unregulated sector. So supply sort of flows across into the unregulated market. In terms of sort of the effects we would expect to see, I think in the private sector, we would expect to see sort of a fall in the supply, increasing the prices, obviously, sort of to the cap if everything's being enforced. And then in the short-term lettings, the unregulated market would expect an increase in the supply, and then there's sort of a negative price effect there. So I'm really going to be focusing more on the sort of the data that we have here on the short-term lettings market. So I'll be focusing more on that, but I can maybe try and say something about the other as well. So in terms of the data, we're using Airbnb listings data from inside Airbnb.com. So these scrapes were taken periodically between January 2016 and December 2018. We have the sort of the data for the 26 LEAs within Dublin. In terms of the timings, we only have 2 scrapes prior to the introduction of the rent pressure zones. So we don't have a huge pre-period. And then we have sort of kind of a larger number of scrapes after the introduction of the rent pressure zones. Obviously, we want to sort of avoid a situation where we're getting false precision by having lots of after periods. So we do kind of I'll present sort of various results here, but we have a sort of a narrow window when we take kind of 1 pre-period and 1 post-period, a more balanced period, kind of 2 before and 2 after, and then we have kind of all as well. So the results are fairly consistent across the different specifications. So yeah, just to flag that. So in terms of just some descriptive statistics here, kind of just looking at the number of listings, I think if you look at the kind of penultimate column, you can see that the total number of listings in Ireland over this period was obviously kind of increasing. Airbnb was becoming more prevalent. But I think that the key thing from our perspective perhaps is the final column. So the share of entire home listings. So these would be properties that we think of that kind of could, in a sense, be in the kind of the long-term private rental sector. They're not sort of, it's not a spare room in someone's house. It's an actual entire property that could be sort of rented in the PRS. And we can see that was sort of the share of those was increasing over this period. So that's obviously going to be sort of key for us moving forwards. So as I mentioned, sort of when I'm thinking about the mechanisms, that the sort of the returns being lower in the PRS. Here we're just kind of showing for the 2016 August period. So this is before the introduction of the rent controls, showing the kind of the average Airbnb daily price for the 3 different size properties versus the average private rental sector new tenancies daily price from the regulatory RTB data. And obviously you can see there's sort of a fairly big discrepancy here. So kind of much higher average daily price. And the final line here is showing the number of days you'd need to be letting kind of Airbnb for the same revenue per month. Now, obviously, you're probably unlikely to let the Airbnb for every single day of the month, but I think it's quite clear the sort of the price differential here between the kind of the regulated and the unregulated market here. So in terms of the sort of zooming in on Dublin and the areas that we're looking at, I think there's a couple of things here. So on the left, we have the kind of the pre-RPZ period in August 2016, and then we have the post-RPZ August 2018. I think there's a couple of things here. The first thing, obviously, you can see sort of the increased usage of Airbnb sort of between the 2 periods. Obviously, everything's sort of getting darker. And then the second thing I think is really that it tends to be concentrated quite a bit in the more sort of central districts in Dublin. So on the right-hand map here, we are sort of in certain parts of Dublin, so that the kind of most central part, we're up at sort of 12.5%. The sort of the entire property Airbnb listings are around 12.5% of the sort of the entire PRS stock. So it's not an insignificant part of the market, is I guess what I'm trying to show here. And these central areas would be kind of the sort of the inner cities, so sort of just north and just south of the River Liffey in the city centre is kind of where the Airbnb usage is very much concentrated. And in a second, when I come to some results, we'll be splitting out by sort of high and low Airbnb intensity, and it's these kind of middle darker periods that the high Airbnb intensity. So in terms of our sort of identification, the kind of step 1, so the Airbnb distinguishes between the 2 types of properties. So as I said, the entire properties which are covered by the legislation and the part properties which are not covered by the legislation. So if we're seeing this supply spillover from the PRS into the Airbnb market, then we should see the entire properties kind of increasing at a faster rate. The second thing being it's highly concentrated in these kind of more central areas, so we can kind of split geographically. The high Airbnb areas where the return is greatest, we would expect to see larger sort of supply shifts in those areas. So we'll check for that. And then also sort of can we identify sort of whether these are sort of new properties? So we can see both sort of, we have information on when not when the individual property, but when the host of a property, sort of how long they've been a host. So we can see if it's sort of new hosts of single properties kind of coming into the market, or whether for those hosts that we already had in the Airbnb market, whether they're sort of increasing the number of properties in the market. So we'll look at both of those. As I said, some slight kind of data limitations in that we don't see the date an individual property came into the market, but we do see the kind of the host date. So for the multi-property host, we can kind of see what the average numbers are looking like before and after. So just in terms of sort of descriptives here, just listing kind of plotting the number of listings by the entire property and the part property. The kind of the vertical line is when the RPZs came in. So obviously, kind of in terms of developments, we only have 2 pre-periods, so we're sort of a little kind of restricted in that sense, but sort of fairly similar, I think, kind of in the pre-period. And then you can see that there is a sort of a structural change after the RPZs, that we see this bigger increase in the entire properties, and then they sort of overtake that and stay above the part properties. So kind of moving to kind of a little more sort of testing this a little more formally. I think the first thing we do is just sort of looking like, does the treatment happen? So do we see more entire properties after the introduction of rent controls? And here, just a very simple progression, just kind of the likelihood of being an entire property sort of on the rent controls, and a series of controls that we have in the Airbnb data in terms of the types of properties and whatnot. So I think the first thing there is kind of yes. So I mentioned on the data slide that we take different periods, so we have all the kind of balance, the 2 periods before and 2 periods after, and then the narrow specification, so just the August 2016 versus August 2018. So we're seeing kind of a similar sort of around 2 percentage point coefficient there in the different specifications. Then just kind of plotting marginal effects here, and this is just splitting out by the high and the low intensity areas. So anywhere where we've a 1 here are the high intensity areas, and these are the low intensity areas, and I've plotted it both for the balanced and narrow specifications. So you can see that these effects are being driven by the high intensity Airbnb areas. So then sort of moving towards the sort of the different bits that we're interested in. So it's just a simple test of supply spillovers. So are we seeing kind of more new hosts kind of from the entire homes sort of after the introduction of the rent controls? So it's really this interaction term, entire property and rent controls that we're interested in here. So just sort of plotting the marginal effects. You can kind of see it like obviously the sort of after the RPZs is sort of higher over there. We do have kind of obviously fairly wide error bars, particularly on the before period there. So I think if you kind of look, we split out by the high intensity on the right and the low intensity on the left, you can see that these are sort of pulling in different directions. So we have sort of a positive effect in the high Airbnb areas and a negative effect in the others. So they're sort of pulling in different directions, sort of explains the results on the previous slide. In terms of sort of whether we see more properties from existing hosts, so here we are looking at kind of just the log of the number of properties that we see for these multi-hosts, and again it's sort of the impact on the interaction time that we're interested in here. So when we look at the marginal effects, when we see sort of after the RPZs, sort of the average was sort of up more, well, somewhere between 3.5 and 4 properties, whereas before it was just under 2. So we sort of see both an increase in the share of sort of the new hosts coming into the market, but also an increase in the number of properties for those that were already Airbnb hosts after the kind of treatment effects with the rent controls. We don't see a statistically significant distinction here between the high and the low areas, just on those the numbers for the multi-hosts though. So just sort of, I guess the final thing is to think about sort of what we would expect to happen to prices. So I think obviously sort of if the Airbnb supply is going up, we would expect kind of prices to be moderating, either falling or not increasing as rapidly. So here we are defining log. So yeah, the kind of the price per property, I guess, per night, and then again it's this sort of interaction term between the entire properties and the rent controls that we're interested in. Here we're controlling for a range of factors, fixed effects, property types, minimum nights, maximum review scores, etc. And just a couple of descriptive price. I think the first thing to say on the left here is that we see sort of an increase in the prices sort of after the rent controls relative to before. And then if we split out between sort of the trends between the entire properties and the part properties, you can see here that the part properties, the price continues to rise after the introduction of the rent controls, whereas it starts to actually dip down for the treated group or the entire properties group up the top there. And then sort of moving to the regression results here. So again, these sort of the interaction terms, the first column is sort of for all of the areas together. And we see obviously a sort of a negative price effect here, which is what we would expect to see sort of with the increased supply. Interestingly enough, when we split out between the high Airbnb and the low Airbnb areas, we actually see a slightly stronger effect on the low Airbnb areas. And I think here we're likely seeing some sort of substitution between markets. So there's sort of more supply coming into these highly kind of the central areas, and that perhaps sort of reduces the demand perhaps in some of the sort of the lower Airbnb intensity areas kind of out in the suburbs. So just to sort of sum up, I think we're seeing an increase in the share of these entire home lets. These are our treated group that are sort of affected by the rent controls relative to the kind of the untreated, the part properties, and the single room lets by the Airbnb hosts after the rent measures. Results is driven primarily by the kind of high intensity of central areas in Dublin, high Airbnb intensity areas. We can see sort of an increase both in the new hosts entering the market, the Airbnb for the first time, but also an increase in the number of properties for those hosts who were already letting on Airbnb. And then we see a sort of a negative price effect on the Airbnb prices, sort of which obviously indicates that that this extra supply is sort of having dampening effects on the growth in Airbnb prices. And then I think sort of just a couple of sort of initial takeaways. I think obviously I mentioned at the start that we kind of have the rent control legislation comes in at the end of 2016, end of December 2016, and there's nothing. There's no legislation on the short-term lets, and I think that probably I guess my key takeaway would maybe be that obviously these policies are not occurring in isolation, and bringing in these rent stabilization measures, but you leave this outside option that's unregulated, then probably it's not too surprising what happens. And I think sort of obviously highlights the importance of sort of understanding the interactions between these different sort of policies, the broader kind of housing market context, when sort of thinking about these regulatory choices. So I will shut that.
Yes, Rachel, is there any way you can have a rent index for furnished properties? Because if you want to compare the Airbnb rents, you should compare that to something which is comparable. Have you ever seen an Airbnb with an empty flat? I don't think you would go back there again.
I haven't seen it. I mean, I don't know if anyone else can help me here, but it's pretty uncommon to rent unfurnished in Dublin.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Rented.
The renters come furnished in Dublin.
it's kind of unlike, it's an outlier in that way, yeah, but
I know, it was, I mean, I'm not from Ireland originally, and it surprised me as well when I moved, but I didn't see anything when I mean, and I've been working in the area for a while, and it's very uncommon for there to be unfurnished rentals in Dublin, so yeah.
You mean people stay for 20 years in a furnished apartment and they don't bring their own things?
People don't tend to stay, I mean, Ireland wouldn't be so much of a, I mean, it, well, traditionally has been more of a home ownership market, and then you would kind of have maybe longer term residents in sort of the social housing market, but in the private rental sector is generally, I mean, there are issues now with kind of people staying longer because home ownership is more difficult to attain and whatever, but traditionally the private rental sector has been more of a sort of a short-term tenure in Ireland. And it is, I realise it sounds a bit strange to kind of not familiar, but it's, I think, to carry out that it's very uncommon in Ireland.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I wonder about the control group, your comparison, right? So, can you show us some descriptive statistics on how similar the two kinds of properties are, or like why do you think it's a good control?
I mean, I guess in terms of sort of how similar they are, it's a little bit tricky because they would be sort of in a particular place rather than sort of the entire property.
So do you mean, so in general it's like residents, long-term residents that rent a room in their apartment, or is it one landlord that rents it room by room?
So it's anything that's let as a single room or as a part. So there would be cases where sort of people would have, say, more of like a chalet type thing in a garden or something that they would let, and then there would be other cases where it would be more sort of a single room, their principal private residence that they live in. Yeah, there's actually something we should probably look into a little bit more about whether we see more of a splitting into. Yeah, one landlord. That's something see if we can get a bit more out there. Yeah, I think it's
okay.
Thanks.
I have one clarification question, because I'm not sure that I understood the Tenancies Act properly.
Okay.
Because you said that on the one hand, the Airbnb properties are exempted from the regulation. On the other hand, on one of the slides, it was to see that actually the entirely let dwellings are subject to regulations.
Sorry, so at that time there was no legislation at all in the Airbnb market. So any type of property in the Airbnb market. In the private rental sector, the entire properties come under the rent pressure zones, yes. But the people letting a room in their house or a sort of a park property are not covered by the.
Yes, but why should you expect the increase in the number of the entirely let apartments and probably the price?
So they're the only ones that are subject to the rent pressure zone. So if they're kind of subject to the landlords are kind of restricted, then.
But then I mean, if you introduce the regulation, then you would expect that the number of regulated dwellings should decrease, but it increases. I mean, maybe I misunderstood something, but.
Also, in terms of the fact that because Airbnb generally was sort of increasing over time, it's kind of the relativity, sort of there's more of an increase in the entire properties relative to the part room, but everything was increasing as a whole. So it's sort of the relativity between the two, that the entire homes are growing at a faster rate than the part properties. But during that period, more generally, sort of everything increased as Airbnb became more.
So some other questions?
I was going to ask, could you say a little bit more qualitatively about the price changes, like descriptively in terms of actual rent shifts, like from X dollars to X dollars?
Off the top of my head, no. You're right. I should. I'll add that in for apologies. Off the top of my head, no. But you're right, that should be in there.
Okay.
I should say something about that, so, on there.
Because I think it gives a sense of the plateau versus the decline argument. It's our rebuttal or a rebuttal, you know, or interpretation.
Absolutely. It's more intuitive to have it, just, yeah, thanks.
But
Yeah.
interesting stuff.
So if there are no more further questions, thank you very much. And we have an online presentation for US by Luis Quintero.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I think Konstantin is probably there in the room, but I cannot see you. But if you see me, that's good enough.
We can touch him up.
Oh, okay. Good to see you. Hi. So I just wanted to make sure it's we're doing 25 minutes?
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay. That's hopefully more than enough. Let me share my screen.
Wait. Well,
Right. Sorry about the disappearance there. For some reason, it asked me to start. All right, let me try to share again.
Yeah, it's not too crazy for people.
All right. Okay, are you seeing my slides now?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, and sorry for the mix-up here. Thanks so much for the invitation. I'm really happy to be in a room of people that care about rent control as much as I would say I do, and that also helps me go very quickly through the motivation. Right? Sometimes you need to work hard, especially in the U.S., to motivate why rent control is still something that is very relevant. Hopefully that won't be a problem here. The paper I'm going to present, or I'm presenting here, is called Measuring the Value of Rent Stabilization and Understanding Its Implication for Racial Inequality, Evidence from New York City, and it's co-authored with Stephen Chen from the University of Windsor and Han-Chin Chiang from the University of North Texas. All right, so I don't know if you're stopping in the middle, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to stop. So just do interrupt me. As I was saying before, hopefully there's no need to really motivate why an analysis of rent control is relevant, but I would summarize it in one sentence. I think rent control is back. In some places, it has a lot of rent control policies have been proposed. Some of them have been accepted. Some of them have been repealed. We have, new laws in California. Minneapolis, which has also was very popular in the United States. The Good Cause Bill that effectively imposes a rent control on an even larger number of apartment units in New York City. You have Oregon, and of course, I had to mention the Berlin, and this has been a project that has taken a while. So whenever I started presenting this the first time ever, the Berlin 5-year rent freeze was in effect, and I know that it has been deemed illegal since then. You will be the experts on the state of the Berlin, but I know there's other rent control policies that stand, and same thing for Paris. So even though some of these rules have not stood the test of time, we see that there's a policy discussion about it. And, it played an important role in the last presidential election in the US as one potential policy that would be important to impose nationally. So I think it's important to understand it a little bit more and see, what would be the consequences of imposing something like this nationally. So even though it's been widely supported by activists and interest groups and politicians, it's been widely criticized by economists because of the impacts it has on misallocation. And a great paper is Konstantin's recent JOE paper on this, on housing quality, the spillover effects on housing price. His paper also touches on that, displacement and inequality, among others, right? However, I want to say in this paper, we want to answer two things that are fairly descriptive. One is, what is the magnitude of this policy, right? Normally, when we have this fight between cost and benefit of a policy, the cost part is usually very clear. We know how much money we're spending in this policy, and so it's easy to either attack it or defend it on a cost basis. That is not the case with rent stabilization or rent control, because it is not the government that is paying for that implied subsidy. So it is very difficult to know exactly what's the size of the policy. And so that's one of the things first thing we want to measure. Second thing is, once we know the implied discount by this policy, we want to know who's getting it, right? Is it the people that we worry about? Is it the people that these politicians, for example, and policymakers are arguing for rent control in favor of these groups of households? Are those types of households the ones that are really benefiting from the policy? The context that I'm going to be using is as New York City, right? So New York City has both rent control and rent stabilization. If you will, the first generation and second generation rent regulation. Rent control has more strict controls on the level of rents, whereas rent stabilization has two main protections. One is the sharp rent increases in the private market. I'm sorry, it protects units from sharp rent increases. And the second one is it protects tenants against arbitrary evictions. Let me see if is there any way I can annotate here. All right, hopefully you can see what I'm referring to here in my slides. But do let me know if you have questions. That is what I'm going to be talking about, right? I'm going to be talking about rent stabilization, not rent control. Why rent stabilization? Well, this rent stabilization or second generation of rent regulation is the type of policy that is more widely implemented, proposed, is also the one that is more widespread even in New York City. On average, about 50% of all rental units in New York City are rent stabilized. And the way this rent stabilization works is that every year there's a rent growth cap determined by the Rent Guidelines Board in New York City. They consider a lot of different conditions, but the main thing that they say they care about is vacancy rates. Right? And this is the origin of rent stabilization and rent control in general in New York City. There was a vacancy crisis. They implemented this policy as a temporary measure to deal with low vacancies and the impact that could have on rents. And of course, we all know what happens with temporary policies that have beneficiaries. Well, they become permanent, like this one. There's one caveat here. Owners of rent stabilized units can request for larger rent increases than the cap if significant capital improvements are undertaken. So this is a way to appease landlords and also to prevent rent stabilization to be causing decline in quality. And very importantly, in New York City, rent stabilization is not means tested, right? So before, when I said I want to know who's getting the benefits of rent stabilization, well, this is a relevant question because it's not means tested, right? There's no study of household demographics or income levels to qualify for rent stabilization. Anyone could get it under certain conditions. All right. The data that we're going to be using is the New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey. We're going to be working with data from 2002 to 2017. This data set has one particular thing that is very useful, and that has the rent regulation status of each unit verified through administrative sources. So even though most of the information is coming from surveying households, there's whether a unit is rent stabilized or not is verified through administrative sources. And actually, using some years of data, we found out that households are pretty bad at reporting their own rent regulation status. So this is a good thing that we have in the data, that we know for sure if units that are classified as rent stabilized are rent stabilized. What's our methodology to estimate the rent discounts? It's pretty straightforward, and it's been used before in the literature. What we're going to be doing basically is estimating a hedonic model using the unit characteristics of unregulated units located in neighborhoods, right? So we're going to get implied prices or coefficients in this hedonic model for each one of these characteristics and neighborhoods. Using those unregulated parameters that we estimate or associated in implicit prices, we are going to predict the rent that an unregulated unit would command that a stabilized unit would command in the unregulated market, right? That's this first component here. So it's just a hedonic model estimation and then prediction out of sample for the regulated stabilized units. And we are going to compare that prediction with the actual contract rent that we observe, and the difference between the two is going to be the rent discount, right? This survey is designed to be representative of the whole city, of all of the boroughs in New York City. And so what we're going to do is we use the survey weights to then aggregate all of these rent discounts and get an answer for the first thing that we were asking about, which is the size of the policy for the whole city. There are two considerations that apply to this method. First of all is our measure of a tenant's benefit or rent discount is not the welfare measure that the household is getting from this policy, right? You can think of situations where upon the removal of this policy, households would, for example, re-optimize their consumption of housing. For example, moving to a smaller house. That would require a structural model and estimation of preferences to really get at what is the welfare impact of this policy, and that is kind of beyond at least this version of our paper. So what we're really measuring here is the discount but it's a very accurate portray of the cost to the landlord, right? It's not necessarily a good measure of the welfare to the beneficiary. The other thing, and this is again one of the things that Konstantin's recent paper touches on, is a rather strong assumption that unregulated market rents are going to be unaffected by rent regulation, right? His paper and others for the United States have looked at the impact that rent regulation can have on unregulated markets. So I would say our measure is a good approximation of the discount if you think about each individual unit being unregulated separately. If you think about rent regulation in New York City being lifted off completely at the same time, then using the unregulated market prices are not a good approximation for what the prices would be in an unregulated world, right? So being upfront about those two considerations, let's get into the results of the discounts that we get. So first result we get is that the quality of rent stabilized units and unregulated units is fairly similar. The two distributions overlap. The first distribution here is the rent stabilized. Okay, hopefully you can see my mouse cursor. The first is the rent stabilized distribution, and you see, of course, there's a lot more mass in the lower levels of rent, right? Because this policy is binding, rents are cheaper for these units. However, we also have the predicted rent, right? It's these bars with no color, and you see that their distribution much better overlaps the distribution of rents of unregulated units. That means that at least based on observable characteristics, the distribution of characteristics or the types of units are very similar across both rental regimes. You're probably, being in Europe, much more familiar with high quality rent stabilized or rent regulated units. In the US, a lot of people that do not live in New York City think about rent stabilization as, social housing or public housing, very low quality units. And that is not the case in New York City, right? Quality is very similar, and therefore this not exactly the same, but very similar, and therefore the distribution of the predicted rents for units that are stabilized that they would command in the unregulated market is very similar to the distribution or overlaps the distribution of the unregulated rents. All right, so first thing that I promised you was the policy magnitude. So we calculate the aggregate of all of these discounts, and we find that it's pro-cyclical in the real estate market. If you get real estate market indices, you see that rent discounts move together with that cycle, which makes a lot of sense, right? Because we are measuring the discount based on rents derived from the unregulated market. The magnitude in 2017 dollars is between $4 and $5.4 billion. You're probably better at this than me, but whenever I go beyond, several million dollars, it's hard for me to wrap my head around these magnitudes. So we compared it to other magnitudes to highlight how big the size of these aggregate discounts are. This is around 13% of the annual federal spending on means-tested housing programs, 24% of the federal budget for tenant-based rental assistance, which is mainly Section 8 housing vouchers, and it's comparable to the $6 billion annual federal tax expenditures on the low-income house tax credit, and the $7 billion federal budget for public housing. In other words, rent stabilization only in New York City would be a significant share of all the policy that the federal government has for affordable housing all around the nation. So pretty big. one of the things that is tricky about our method is we never observe the real prices, the real rents of these units in unregulated markets, right? So we cannot really test our prediction. So one of the things we do is compare the rent discount prediction across different methods. And so it reassures us, and hopefully you as well, a little bit the fact that most of the discounts that we get are fairly stable across methods. And in general, when we aggregate everything, this is our preferred estimate, around $400 a month in rent discounts. That's the average, right? And over time, it's been fairly stable. It declined a little bit around 2008 and 11, and then it picked up again in 2017. If you worry, we do all kinds of robustness checks in the paper. You can worry, for example, about the comparability of the units in the unregulated market that we use to estimate our hedonic model. So we do propensity score matching and divide in different samples. Conclusion is that no matter how you divide it and you estimate it separately for different groups with different propensity scores, you get, you know, something very similar to that 400 number. One thing that you may worry about, of course, is unobserved quality. Our rent discount, we don't have a panel of units, right? And so therefore our rent discount and our hedonic model, more importantly, is estimated based on observable quality, observable characteristics. So you may be worried that unobservable quality is fairly different between a unity and the unregulated and stabilized market. One of the ways in which we approach that is by using a repeated rent approach. There are 2 years in which we had data on the regulated units, 2 years in which we had a unit identifier. So we have, let's say, a mini panel of 2 periods between 2005 and 2002 and 2005, and 2005 and 2008, where we can identify observation for the same unit. So what we do here is we look at units that were deregulated. 280 between 2002 and 2005, 424 between 2005 and 2008. Most of them were deregulated because they had tax benefits that expired. And also deregulation could happen if rent is already high and there's vacancy and the household income is above a threshold, right? So it's difficult for the landlords to kind of strategize and deregulate. We assume that the deregulation is happening rather randomly, and we compare the characteristics of the units that get deregulated and the ones that remain stabilized. Then after doing that, we look at the difference for the same unit. And after controlling for inflation, we look at the difference in rents of the unit before and after the regulation, and we found something similar to our usual 400, right? So that is another way of reassuring that these numbers are not masking necessarily heterogeneous in unobserved quality. And then finally, you know, the policy is binding. The longer you stay in a unit, the higher the discount is. Right, that's our lows. It looks very linear, but this is we're fitting a polynomial, and still looks very linear, where each year that you stay longer in the unit, you get a higher discount. All right, so let me jump. Realized I took a little bit too long, and I really want to get to the racial consequences of this policy. So let me very quickly say that first, we identify that the policy is not progressive, right? Households of high incomes are getting pretty much the same rent benefits, the same rent discounts as households of lower income, right? So this idea of we're defending lower income households is not really true. Second, the policy is everywhere, but discounts are not uniformly spread. Actually, discounts are concentrated in the richest areas of the city, right? These are measurements estimations of, you can read them as estimations of the discount, discount of the average unit in each one of the boroughs, and Manhattan, by far the one with the most high income households, has, 3 times more than the second borough, which is Brooklyn. Also, most of the discounts are focused on either gentrifying neighborhoods and high-income neighborhoods. The neighborhoods that are not gentrifying are getting much lower levels of discount. So all of these points again to the fact that we are benefiting high-income households and high-income neighborhoods more. One thing that is interesting, we talk about it more in the paper, I encourage you to take a look at it, is that people are not really very well aware that they're beneficiaries of the policy. 35% of stabilized households, only 35% of stabilized households can really tell you that they're in a rent stabilized unit or rent controlled unit or rent regulated unit, right? We accept all of those possible answers, and the answer is, the conclusion is that they do not really know that they're in a stabilized unit. We can tell this because we know both what they report, at least for 2002 and 2005, and what the official rent stabilization status is. All right, so what do? We kind of document the magnitude of the policy. We document some stylized facts, and then we were very interested in figuring out what's the impact to racial inequality, right? There's been a lot of discussion about discrimination in the ownership market, also in the rental market, and we were wondering whether racial minorities were getting discriminated in this market, either by getting less access to units or by getting a lower discount once they were in units. And what we find is kind of both, right? In terms of the unit allocation, we find that Black and white tenants look as if they were as likely to occupy rent stabilized units after you control for observable demographics, but that's only because whites are more likely to own. And when you condition on renting, Black tenants are around 5% less likely to occupy a rent stabilized unit than whites. Conditional on occupying a rent stabilized units, if we pool all the periods that we're looking at, Black tenants get overall 150 less discounts monthly, Hispanics 135, and Asians 43, right? This is partly because minorities stay less time in the unit, so they accumulate less additional discount annually, because they're less aware also, and we've seen that there's an association between awareness and discount. But the main thing is that the gap we found is driven by minorities being located in neighborhoods with lower discounts, right? So it's not once you condition for the subborough, once you condition for the neighborhood, the discounts are very similar across groups, right? We would need a structural model probably to more deeply identify the mechanisms behind this, but we will provide in the next few minutes a few exploratory evidence of what is going on behind this. Because one of the important things is, I was telling you about this big discount gap, and that is when you aggregate all of the periods. However, when you look at the discounts in every year, as you can see in the graph here, the gap has been reducing up to the point that it has become not significant in 2017, right? So the question is, what's been going on since 2008 and 2011 that really increased the discount for Black households and decreased the discount for white households to the point that the racial gap that we had been identifying for almost 2 decades disappeared? So there's several things that explain it, and all of it is associated with gentrification. First, we see that white households have displaced Black households in gentrifying neighborhoods. And that's kind of a obvious argument, right? Gentrification in itself implies the movement of highly educated, high-income white households into neighborhoods that were before occupied mainly by minorities. And what we can see is here on the blue line that is increasing and the black line that is declining and the red line that is declining, you see that the share of households in gentrifying neighborhoods is converging as well, right? Most of the discounts are coming from gentrifying neighborhoods, as I showed you before, and whites are coming into gentrifying neighborhoods, and blacks are moving outside of gentrifying neighborhoods very slowly, right? So, okay, and you might ask, well, if whites are moving into gentrifying neighborhoods, right, then why is it that they don't get the big discount? Well, I think I told you about this before. So I have the numbers here. Basically, I just wanted to say that the gap in favor of black households, right, is occurring in gentrifying neighborhoods. In gentrifying neighborhoods, these numbers that we were getting as a negative number in the main results when we pull everyone are actually positive. Black households are getting increasingly higher discounts in gentrifying neighborhoods. They are not getting high increasing discounts. They're not really closing the gap over time in non-gentrifying neighborhoods. And they actually have a negative gap in high income neighborhoods, right? So out of these three, oh, I think I'm up with my time. Is it okay if I take one more minute to wrap up? I cannot hear you, but do stop me if that's not okay. So all of this evidence then is consistent with this story of minority households being moved out in their majority of these gentrifying neighborhoods, but some of them being able to stay. The ones that stay have been much longer in these gentrifying neighborhoods than the newly arrived white, high-income, high-education households. Therefore, they're going to have a much higher rent discount, and as a consequence, it shows up in the data as a gap in rent discounts narrowing down, because now you're comparing minority households that have been in the neighborhood for a while versus newly arrived whites. So I would, very quickly for my conclusion, we find that rent discounts are difficult to measure, but they're comparable and they're very large, and they're comparable to other large housing programs. That there's a problem with transparency of the policy, that there's a problem of concentration of benefits in Manhattan and gentrifying areas, and that they're not really benefiting households with higher income. And in terms of racial inequality, because we estimate rent discounts for every single unit, we can look at the distribution over different characteristics of households, and we see that minorities traditionally were getting rent stabilized units with lower probability, getting lower discounts. That gap has narrowed over time, and a lot of that narrowing has to do with gentrifying neighborhoods having very high discounts for those that were able to survive and stay, and a lot of high-income white households moving in and not yet reaping the benefits in terms of rent discounts because they haven't been there for a while.
Thanks a lot, Luis. So, questions?
Yes. Yes. Hello, Luis. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Luis. Yes, this is Mariona. Thank you for your presentation. So I have a question for you. So I wonder how the share of rent stabilized units is distributed geographically, because so as far as I know, it's much concentrated in Manhattan. And if this is the case, then the unregulated share of the market in Manhattan should be smaller, and hence prices might be even higher. So when you do your rent discount, it might be just biased if it's just that the geographical distribution is not homogeneous. I don't know if this is clear.
Yeah, let me show you. So, okay, so this is the share of rent stabilized units across subboroughs in New York City. So, so this is Manhattan over here, right? You are right that there's there's a lot of rent stabilized units in Manhattan. It's not necessarily where the highest concentration is, right? You see up here in the Bronx, there's large shares varying across subboroughs, and then same thing for Brooklyn and same thing for Queens. So we do find, as you're mentioning, that most of the discounts are the highest discounts are concentrated in Manhattan. That doesn't mean that that happens only because there are no units in those areas. We have a problem with Staten Island, which has very, very low levels, low number of those units.
Okay.
Does that help? Okay.
I have another question. You mentioned that about 35% of tenants are aware of rent stabilization, as far as I understood.
Yes.
So, does it mean that the landlords can take advantage of this ignorance and set rents that are higher than stabilized ones?
Yes, and it is difficult to understand the mechanism underlying that, right? So we know two things for sure. Awareness or knowledge of the policy is very poor. There's people who have been, it gets better over time, right? Awareness, these awareness numbers or a measurement of awareness grows with time, right? The longer you are, it grows with time. We know also that those who are aware get higher discounts. Now, a referee pointed out a very good point, which is, you know, maybe we're trying to suggest a direction of causality, and it should be the other way around. It's not that being aware gives you higher discounts, or being unaware gives you lower discounts. It's that having higher discounts makes you aware, right? If you realize slowly that everyone around you is paying a lot and you are not, then maybe that makes you aware. So we want to be, you know, prudent in our suggestion of causality here. But what we do know for sure is that, you know, being aware makes a big difference, right? Correctly aware white tenants enjoy 705 in monthly discounts, which is 71% more. It's like it's like double, like 100% more than the discount of black tenants in general, and 71% more than aware black tenants. So awareness doesn't explain everything, but it seems to be associated with higher discounts very strongly. It's difficult to know how landlords would take advantage of that, but we think that that's what's going on. In a related work that we're doing right now, we're looking at public advertisement of units in websites that advertise vacant apartments in New York City. So we know from the survey that at least 25% of the vacant units at any point in time are rent stabilized. And we find in these websites that we're scraping that only 1% of units that are being advertised are being advertised as rent stabilized. So that's kind of suggestive evidence that definitely landlords do not want to advertise this thing. They don't want the self-selection that would come from advertising rent stabilization, and they kind of are interested in making the process, you know, as less transparent as possible.
Two questions, Lopez.
Yes, Louis, sorry, this is a question I would have asked in the coffee break, but since you will not be there, just a suggestion, the rent you are constructing, you should call that shadow rent. I think this would make people understand better. Second conceptual issue is you talk about rental stabilization. Stabilization is about volatility. There are two types of caps. You can cap the level, you can cap the rate of growth. So I think you should name a cat a cat.
Say the last part again, you should name a cap.
A cat, not a cap, a cat, C-A-T.
Okay, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and yeah, that's exactly the type of.
Sorry, I was not intended.
No, okay, that makes sense.
Can you say a little bit more about what the awareness variable is within the survey? Because we discussed that a bit and I don't remember the actual variable.
Yeah, so the variable, okay, so we construct that variable. What we have is that every year the survey tells us what's the status of rent regulation from administrative sources. So we know the true regulation status. In 2002 and 2005, households were asked about their rent regulation status. And the possible answers were, my unit is rent controlled, my unit is rent stabilized, and I don't know, and my unit is not regulated. And so what we look is we contrast the official stabilization status that we know from the survey with the self-reported stabilization status. And correctly aware are those who are in a rent stabilized unit. We know from these administrative sources, and who report to be either in a rent stabilized unit or rent control, right? We don't demand the households to know the exact name, but we ask them to know that there's some kind of regulation affecting them. So those would be the correctly aware, and the remainder of the households would be unaware or incorrectly aware.
Thanks.
Just a short question. If there were any incorrectly aware, so to speak, that they were thinking they were living in a stabilized unit, but they were not. That's
yes, but it's you know, for example, here we're talking about numbers like 35%. The other number would be like 1%, if I'm not wrong. Something very small. So there are some people that say they are living in a stabilized unit and they're not, but it's very small.
So thanks a lot.
Most of the obscurity or the confusion comes from those who are in the units and getting the benefit and are not aware of it.
A very short question. Is there a general, independent of the survey, any kind of evidence whether people support any kind of rental policy in that sense? Whether people think that this is a good thing or not? I mean, we have, at least in Europe, we have the European Value Study that usually does try to understand whether people support certain policies or phenomena or something like that. Because it's interesting that landlords would not actually make it clear that people would benefit from these policies when they actually rent out or have a property to rent out. So is there actually some evidence that people just do not really support that or have a negative relation to this kind of policy or something like that to make this a bit more understandable by why this is not advertised as such?
Okay, so I think so. We haven't been able to find any. That's a great point. There are I would say that the supporting voices for rent stabilization in New York City are very loud. So you have very big organizations, you have politicians. It's something that is often discussed in the media, right? I wouldn't know what's the general perception of the people. But what I know anecdotally is that there's no stigma around rent stabilization. As I mentioned before, and we look at it in the paper with these propensity scores, quality of rent stabilized units is very high. So it's not like people do not want to live in a rent stabilized unit because they think that there's a stigma around it, like maybe there would be around public housing. This is definitely not the case, but I would be interested in looking at these sources. The reason that I would give why landlords do not want to advertise this is because New York City is notoriously a city that is very expensive and vacancy rates are very small, right? I mean, we're talking about before COVID here, right? So there was a little bit during COVID where people were moving out of New York City, but in general, it's very easy to rent an apartment out in New York City, right? Vacant times are very short. And so if you are a landlord, you're not really going to have a problem renting out. But if you advertise your unit as a rent stabilized unit, you may attract households that are more interested in stability, that expect to stay longer in the unit, which will imply higher discounts in the future, right? Some of the like the only time where you can readjust rent is when you have a vacancy, so you don't have an interest in getting that advertised, especially if you're not having problems renting out units. That's what we think is going on, because otherwise you would think, you know, that would be like a great thing to advertise, and we're not seeing that in the data.
These stabilized rents are subsidized by the state, right? So it's the state, the federal, or the local states that subsidize the homeowners, the landlords.
No, nobody subsidizes them, right? So that is why it's also a policy that landlords very vocally oppose. And it's a policy that, you know, it's easy to implement as a way to address affordability issues because it doesn't cost anything. I mean, it may have some costs in terms of affecting the unregulated market, in terms of taxes, but in reality, you know, they don't have, it's not like the housing voucher where city governments and federal governments are paying households to pay for for a certain share of their rent. Here, what they're saying every year is landlords cannot raise their rents by more than a certain cap. And, you know, they're going to lose money, and it's them who will lose the money, right? So this is part of why it's difficult to quantify the magnitude of this policy, because the landlords implicitly paying for it and not the government.
Okay, so it was a very nice, a bit over the time, but we unfortunately have to break. I don't promise to be short. Not make any false expectations.
On the basis
So
estimate that you are making.
the title historically, this workshop has just 2 years of age. But anyway, historically it's called rent control. But we already know from the first presentation and from the presentation that we just heard that there are other different types of policies. And we also heard in one of the previous presentations that they are not acting in vacuum, that they are interrelated, and therefore it's, in my opinion, it's very important to be able to understand the interrelations of the policies and their effects. So in order to do this, I first would like to provide a kind of systematic picture of housing policies. So here I try to put as many as I know. And in order to systematize them, I drew them on two axes. It's a kind of cross. Here we have owner-occupied housing, rental housing, like two extremes. And then we have a vertical axis that shows a trade-off between affordable on the one hand and decent, sustainable on the other hand housing. Okay, because these purposes typically are representing a trade-off. If I want to favor homeowners, then I decrease my favor toward tenants and other way around. If I want to have a decent and sustainable housing, then there's no way to have it affordable. And here we see, for example, here in the Northeast region, we have 5 policies that aim at providing affordable housing to the tenants. So we have rent control, eviction protection, and housing rationing. They are in red in order to show that they are restrictive policies. In other words, they simply mean that the government prohibits something, bans something without investing in this. As we heard many times today, in the before lunch and after lunch too, when you want to apply something cheap from the point of view of the government, of course, then you better employ rent control, because in this case you don't spend money at all. The green-colored policies here, social housing and housing analysis, but by contrast are what I call stimulating policies, meaning that the government invests billions of euros or dollars in order to provide social housing or housing allowances, also known as housing vouchers in the US. On the northwestern part, we have 2 policies that aim at providing affordable housing to the homeowners. So we have mortgage interest deduction, the possibility to deduce your mortgage interest from the income tax, and imputed rent tax, which is the policy that typically goes hand in hand with mortgage interest rate deduction. So the government says the logic is as follows: you receive some allowance, you receive some deduction from me, so you have to pay also for the rent that you don't pay as a homeowner. So you save money, it's your income, you get your costs deduced, so you have to pay for your income, for this imputed rent. In the southwest part, we have a couple of policies that its purpose is to make the owner-occupied housing sustainable. For example, capital gains tax. So it's the tax, also called speculative tax, whose purpose is to prevent speculations with housing. In other words, to stabilize the price increases and to avoid, when possible, the formation of speculative price markets. We also have macroprudential regulation. Its purpose is basically the same, but the means are different. So in this case, the government imposes additional restrictions on the banks so that they cannot simply provide their loans to everybody. They have to obey certain criteria, for example, loan-to-value ratio or debt-to-value ratio, and so on and so forth. And finally, here in the south, so to speak, we have 2 groups of policies that aim at providing decent and sustainable housing. For example, building codes. So in building codes, you typically find regulations on, for example, the quality of housing. So now we live in nice, big houses with central heating, well, depending on the country where we're from, or air conditioning, with the toilets, with water, but it wasn't the case 100 years ago. Okay, so all this is thanks to the building codes regulations, but of course it costs money. There are also building codes regulations that have to do with the consumption of energy. So, for example, you have to have specific types of windows in order to reduce the emissions of energy, and so on and so forth. Land use regulation imposes restrictions on the height of buildings, on the types of buildings to be constructed in different areas of these cities. So here, for example, you may only construct residential buildings. Here, only industrial. Here, you can have a mixture of office and residential buildings. And therefore, this policy also aims at providing decent and sustainable housing. Okay, so this is a classification of housing policies. And we know that each policy, not necessarily housing policy, each and every policy has its intended purpose. So we've seen just in the previous slide what are the intended purposes of these different policies, but they can also have unintended effects. These unintended effects are not necessarily bad things, so they can go in both directions. They can both support the intended purpose, and but they also can go in the opposite direction. Just one example, we have rent control, and its intended purpose is to reduce rents, or at least to make them grow slowly. But it can have such an effect as lower construction rates. So this is an example of unintended effect that goes in the opposite direction. So therefore, we need to somehow to estimate the net effects of each and every policy, and these net effects can be lower than the intended effects, okay, if we take into account all possible side effects. Exactly like in the case of some treatments, some medicines. If you take a medicine, you want to recover, and you hope that it won't end up with you going to the grave because of the side effects. And we also know that we have different policies that are acting at the same time. So it's not that you just use rent control, but you use rent control together with other policies, building codes, with social housing, with housing allowances. And these policies have both their intended and side effects. Of course, these side effects go also in all possible directions, and this means that different policies can compensate each other. For example, if you have, again, rent control, at the same time housing allowances, as we will see, they, on the one hand, improve the purchasing power of the household, they reduce their rental burden, the ratio of rental cost to the income, but they can also lead to the rent increases. And this is the opposite direction to the rent control. So you have these two policies, and the net effect can be lower, which leads to inefficiencies. Therefore, the ideal objective would be to understand all these effects with the purpose to provide some kind of optimal mix of services. Well, what I'm going to do here is not to solve these problems, but just to show you the ways how they can be solved. Probably we can come a bit closer to the solving of to the solution of the first purpose, namely of an overview of possible effects of different housing policies. But this is just the beginning of a big journey. So in order to do this, I did a kind of literature overview, a meta-study. Meta-study sounds fancier, therefore. That's literature overview. So let's call it meta-study. So for the moment, I have around 370 studies. These are articles in journals, discussion papers, and book chapters. They cover last 55, 56 years. 45 countries. They use all possible methods, ranging from pure descriptive to very advanced ones. And they use different types of data. So both microdata, like data on households, dwellings, and macrodata, data at the level of regions. So, and if we overview this literature, we see that from these 370 studies, we can extract about 32 effects. Okay, most important being the effect on property price, rent, mobility, and home ownership and construction. Okay, so you see we have how many? 12 policies, 32 effects, and these are just the investigated effects. So it's well possible that there are effects that are not scrutinized, that are not under inspection by the academics, by the scholars. So we don't know about them from this literature review. And of course, another thing is that that's not a comprehensive review. I'm trying to do it as comprehensive as possible, but it's not always possible. Okay, and that's the key table or key graph that I'd like to show you. So don't be afraid, because you can see it, because then I will show it by different policy types. This is a kind of effects policies table. And in the columns we have different policies, and in the rows we have different effects. Okay, so the numbers here correspond to the number of studies that are devoted to each policy. If you add them up, you won't come to 368, because in some studies you have analysis of different policies. So there can be a study that investigates both social housing and housing allowances. So what we can see, what I can see here, and hopefully you can also see, is that there are different colors and different length of bars. So first of all, the length of bar corresponds to the relative share of studies devoted to the specific effect of a specific policy. For example, here we have rent control, the first column, and this is the rent, controlled rent. We see that that's the most important aspect being investigated. Well, if you investigate rent control, then of course typically your object of study is rent. Not always, but mostly. In case of, for example, building code, it's the property price. Another thing is the color. The color can be either red, yellow, or green, like in this traffic light. So red means that the effect is negative, not from the judgmental point of view, but simply from the arithmetical point of view. So for example, if rent goes down, then the effect is negative. If the color is green, then the effect is positive, and if it's yellow, then none of the studies found any statistically significant effect. Another thing is the intensity of color, because you typically have some studies that find positive effects, some find negative effects, and some that do not find any effect at all. So the intensity of color depends on the ratio of for example, let's make an example, maybe it's much easier. You have 100 studies, 75 of them say that the effect is positive, 15 say that the effect is negative, and the rest 10 say that there's no effect. So 75 minus 15 divided by 100. It's 60% of studies say that the effect is going to be positive. So the color is going to be close to the most intense. If you have all studies saying that the effect is positive, then the color will be the most intense. Same thing for green color.
What are the numbers on the top?
The numbers on top, they correspond to the number of studies done for this specific policy. For example, the most studies we have for rent control, 150, followed by 73 on housing allowances, and 52 on land use regulations. And now let me, it was enough torture for your eyes. Now let me go to a picture which is probably more easily to be observed from your seats. So here I show the first three policies, the restrictive policies, namely rent control, eviction protection, and housing rationing. Now, what we can see here is that in case of rent control, as I mentioned already, the most important effect, well, it's probably not the most important, but most investigated effect is that on the control trend. And the color is red, meaning that the most studies find negative effect. So that could be the end of the story if we were not looking at other effects, okay? So if you are a proponent of rent control, you would point with your finger here and say, you see, that's a very beneficial policy because most of the investigators, researchers, they say that it leads to lower rents. But unfortunately, there are some, fortunately or unfortunately, there are different effects. We have next, in terms of popularity effect, is that on mobility, and it's negative, meaning that mobility goes down, which is not necessarily something bad, again, because lower mobility means that people stay more time in the dwellings, they have more stable rental relationship, which is sometimes a very good thing because they build their social networks around them. But it can also be a negative thing if you think about labor market. If you have, for example, good job in another city, and you're living in rent-controlled or stabilized dwelling, you're thinking many times, whether should I go there and look for non-controlled dwelling with high rent that will eat up large part of my wage there, or I better stay here and earn less money. Okay, and then we also have a negative effect on uncontrolled rents. So It means that that's what we found also in our study on Berlin, that typically you have some dwellings that are subject to control, some that are not. For example, newly built dwellings or dwellings outside of the regulated area. So in this case, we found that, for example, rents for newly built dwellings increased more rapidly than without rent control. And also outside of Berlin, we had, in the immediate vicinity of the city, we had large price increases, like in Potsdam. We also have some other effects, probably one more or less more interesting. Well, one is negative effect on housing quality, positive effect on home ownership. So you try to support tenants and instead you get less rental market, and a negative effect on construction. In terms of eviction, you have a negative effect on eviction. There are less evictions, of course, but in general, there are not so many studies until now, at least I didn't find more on the effects of eviction protection. Housing protection, housing rationing is mostly investigated from the point of view of Airbnb. So the type of study we heard today about. The regulations in, well, it's not necessarily exactly what we heard today, because it was rent control overall and its leakages toward short-term lettings, but there are also specific regulations concerning the short-term lettings of Airbnb. Now, the second group of regulations are what I call stimulating policies. So we have two policies that have to do with the tenants, housing allowances and social housing, and we have mortgage deduction, which is a policy toward homeowners. So what we see here is that the most prominent effect is that on employment. You would ask me what housing allowances and social housing have to do with employment. Actually, it's, as far as I understand, it's quite specific, quite typical outcome of any subsidy. So not necessarily housing subsidy. So, for example, unemployment benefit. So imagine that you are at the brink, at the limit of eligibility. So you are slightly above the eligibility level. And now you are thinking, should I still continue to work? Or maybe I'll work less, will earn less and become eligible for housing allowance or for social housing. And in that case, your employment will definitely decrease. But there are also many good things about housing allowances and social housing. We have improvement in health, both physical and mental. We have better children's outcomes. We have housing quality that improves, inequality that reduces. In terms of mobility, it's different. For housing allowances, it increases. For social housing, it decreases, which is pretty understandable because with the social housing, you're kind of locked in a specific dwelling. In the case of housing allowances, and it's the big advantage is that you are free, flexible in terms of choosing your dwelling. Therefore, you're more mobile. And interestingly, for example, in case of housing allowances, what happens is the rent increases. So not everything goes in the improvement of living conditions of people, but also there's certain leakage. As in case of any subsidy, the government spends more money, and this leads to inflation in this specific segment. And interestingly, all these policies, they lead also to property price increases. So very interesting, the last policy here, mortgage interest deduction policy here. So recall its purpose is to make the housing affordable for homeowners. So what would you expect? You would expect that it increases the home ownership. Interestingly, it doesn't. So the effect here is, the color is here yellow. I don't know if you can see it. So it means that none of the studies done for this concerned with this effect found any statistically significant. So that's the purpose of the regulation, and it's not achieved. At the same time, there's a positive effect on property price. So you spend, I don't know, billions of euros. I can, like Luis, I cannot imagine this amount of money myself, but there are literally billions of euros spent on this every year in many countries, and the effect is zero. Okay, so here we are coming to the penultimate slide, where here we have two last policies, building codes and land uses. So they both lead to price increases, which is can be explained from the 2 points of view. First of all, these regulations, their intention is to improve the quality of the housing. So before, as I said, we didn't have toilets in the apartment. We had to go to, well, not we, but our grandparents, they had to go to the court in order to do their business. Now we have these toilets, we have many other things, beautiful, nice things in our apartments that were not that evident hundreds of years ago, and we have to pay for it. So the quality improved, and that's this reflects itself in the price increase. But also there's another component, because if you want to have more quality, you have to invest more, you have more costs. If you don't have central heating, then the costs are much lower and the price is much lower. If you have central heating, then the price is going to go up. We also have, for example, because this specific effect was...
Konstantin, sorry to interrupt you. I think you stopped sharing the slides. They kind of disappeared on my end.
But we see them.
I was seeing them before, and then I didn't.
Yeah.
But maybe
I can see it perfectly well. I don't know if it's your problem, Luis.
Oh, you are? Okay. Then let me try to see if it's my thing.
We'll share also these slides. Can you go to... I did it. Sorry. I did it and I didn't realize. Okay, so we have negative effect on electricity consumption, which is one of the purposes to reduce the energy consumption, which is a good thing. But an interesting thing also, and the last that I'd like to show in this slide, is that the effect on construction is negative. So you get more higher quality housing, but I put it wrongly. So you have less, the quality of housing is higher, but the amount of this housing is lower. That's my interpretation of this result. And now we are coming to the last thing. So we have many different policies, each of them with many effects, both intended and unintended. And here I'm not talking actually about only housing policies, because non-housing policies have equally an effect on housing. So ideally, we would like to investigate the whole universe of policies, labor market policies, I don't know, energy policies, fiscal policy, monetary policy, and look at the combined. And that's the kind of program maximum for the next 100 years. So with the objective to find and to be able to design an optimal policy that does as much as possible good things and as less as possible damage to the economy and to the society. Thank you very much. And if you have some questions, I would be delighted to answer them.
Yes. So do you intend to carry on to actually do a meta-analysis? Because as we know, this would imply that you actually pick up the results and you regress them on the features of the different studies.
Well, that can be one of the purposes. I did some of this in a partial study on rent control. But then in the journal, they said it's not that interesting. We are more interested in the more descriptive results. Yeah, but it can be done. Actually, these databases can have different uses. It can be used as by the people who write paper. For example, they can quickly obtain results on specific countries, specific type of regulation, specific effect, but it can also be used for the policy analysis.
Super interesting. But in our do is that you look at all the isolated effects of each single policy, but usually they come in bundles, right? Can you say anything about what goes well together or not so well? Or maybe some effects are only there when they come together with other policies at the same time?
Well, we know that there are studies that investigate several policies at the same time. So that can be used to analyze the kind of interactions of policies.
Do you record that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have study, you have country or countries, because some studies are international nature. You have period of analysis type of data, and also different all types of effects and their signs found in the particular study. And sometimes also the generation of rent control, because it can be, for rent control, it can be important whether you have first generation rent control or second generation. Some people also distinguish third generation.
Could you say a little bit about the search criteria that generated these 300 articles altogether?
Well, pretty simple. So it's a kind of snowball falling from the mountain. So you start from keyword research in some specific research engine like Google Scholar, for example, and then you sometimes find the literature reviews that open a wider set of alternatives or literature. So you expand the original set of papers you find.
Now, I'd be curious about different disciplinary positions in the outcomes as one. I mean, the selection to begin with is the effects, empirical evidence of effects. So that's going to skew to some degree.
Actually, I had this critique in one of the journals, and finally they rejected the paper, but they went around, which is especially unpleasant. But there was this critique paper. Probably it was written by some social scientists, by sociologists, because they were pretty. They didn't like the fact that most studies were from economists.
They're worried about the inclusion-exclusion criteria.
Yeah. But it's when you look at the literature, I mean, Google Scholar is pretty general. You can use ideas with back, which is more economics centered research, but Google Scholar is much wider. So I'm not trying to specify, look only for the articles in the economics. So there you can find the law and sociology, and you find them, but they are not of this nature that I need. I mean, for example, if it's law published in the law journal, then it's typically about the design of the law, so not about the effects of the law. Okay, so if you have further questions, I think we are approaching to the, or already invaded the break time, so I don't want to reduce your break time. And if you still have questions, or maybe online there will be some questions, we can talk about this in the break, during the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
years ago, so the Roman world, I worked on the Roman Republic and in general the Roman world on politics, but also on economic history. Some years ago, I had a project on the housing market in the Roman world, and that's where this study came from, together with 2 volumes, one on asymmetric information in the ancient world, in the Roman world, and another on the housing market that I edited with my colleague and friend Marta Garcia Campillo in Routledge and Palgrave. Yes, there were, I think 90% today is the only attested rent control measures in the whole ancient world that we know of. First of all, some caution, the problem that we got obviously are sources. We have relatively few sources that are more common for the Roman world, and we don't have statistics. They have some initial statistics, we don't have that. So we have to work mainly with qualitative analysis. Yeah, so very brief introduction. This is the city of Pompeii, city in West Sudan, worried by the Vesuvius of Lava. How did the Roman rental market work? Most people rent place. Usually only very, very rich people like elites, senators, etc. own. They own villas or really big houses in Rome, in the city of Rome. What we have in Rome are big houses which were subdivided, sublet into apartments. Usually they belong to rich senators or members of the elite, which they let a block to a middleman who then sublet to other people. So this is important to understand how this work. Rome was a relatively compact city. We are talking about the end of the Republic, so 1st century BCE. We calculate around 600,000, 700,000 inhabitants. And we have blocks, housing blocks of almost 6 floors. So really very, very compact. And what we got is an inscription from Ostia, which is the fast Ostian, so a register of things that happen, official things that happen, like the magistrates of each year, etc. And suddenly we have an attestation of, it says Pompeius Al, so that means Pompeius, General Pompeius was killed in Alexandria, so the beginning of the Civil War. And then we have here habitatio. Habitatio means rent control. Okay? So this is very puzzling, and it's not a literary source that may have or may not embellish things. This is something that was recorded by the magistrate of the city as something very important. It's in the same level as the big Pompeius is there. Because, as I will say in a moment, it affects people. Well, this is the reconstruction of habitatio populo remessa. So the rent control was established for the people. It's important. So this is more or less the outline of my presentation. So I will go first regarding whether housing was considered a basic necessity in Rome. A spoiler, it was not. Then the instances of the state intervention in housing that we've got. And then the question of, okay, we've got instances of rent control, but did this have an impact? I mean, could this be implemented 2,000 years ago, and what it means for inequality? So basic necessity, we know the Universal Declaration of Human Rights considered housing a basic necessity. In Rome, it was not. Food was considered a basic necessity by Roman lawyers, Roman jurists, for instance, but not housing. And some people or some historians have argued, you know, this is Greece and Italy, it's warm, it's nice, you don't really need that. But it can be very, very common. I don't know if any of you have been in Rome or in Athens in winter. Okay, it's cold. Huh? So it's not like, you know, sunny all the year and we don't need a house. So, estate interventions, they are only limited to the 40s BCE. And this is for a reason. There is a civil war to start between supporters of Caesar, the great Julius Caesar, and Pompeius in 49. and a second civil war after the murder of Caesar, especially 43, 42, 41. We have to remember that the empire has not arrived yet. We're living in the moment of the Roman Republic with the Roman Senate, magistrate and the people voting every single law and voting every year every single magistracy. All adult males voted, so no property restriction, and the vote was secret. Okay, so this is important to understand the kind of popular pressure that could lead to such interventions. So in the context of civil war, the measures that we got is this. In 48, prior, so one of the Roman magistrates, one of the high Roman magistrates, called Caius Rufus, tried to implement, we don't know if he could or not, a one cancellation of all rents, not rent control, but talking about cancellation. The single instance that we know is that in Ostia, so a well-known Roman city, which is today by train, 20 minutes away from Prague, is that habitatum description that I so wrong. So probably cancellation of. That praetor Caius Rufus was murdered in 48. So his very good friend, another magistrate in 47, Cornelius Dolabella, proposed probably again a 1-year cancellation. So in this context of lots of instability in the middle of a civil war, etc., Caesar in 46, or in 46, is named dictator. First, normal dictator usually only for 6 months, then he'll become dictator for life. Apparently the popular pressure was so high because we know that in 47, when Cornelius Dolabella tried to pass his law, people camped in the forum at night to be there in the morning in order to vote because they wanted that law to pass. And actually those gatherings of people, filled in the forum, waiting for, well, the campus market, sorry, waiting for the morning to arrive in order to vote, were disbanded by Roman soldiers who killed people in Rome. This is very exceptional, okay? But one of the army of Mark Antony and Cleopatra. So in that context of public civil unrest and interest in that, Caesar establishes a law for which he establishes maximum prices for rents. And this is very interesting because we have for one very random, so he said 2,000 sesterces for Rome and 500 for Italy. So you have one for relationship. We have other sources which mention living in Rome is very, very expensive in comparison with Italy. Not typical poets say, for the price of a small apartment in Rome, it could buy a very nice villa in the countryside and live there. Sorry, this is the source in Latin, that's habitatio again, for the measure of 48, which is exactly the same habitatio. And this is the source of Suetonius, later accounting, what he says against this habitatio. So they are using the same term. But the first one is probably, we know, a rent cancellation, and this is just maximum prices, okay? In Rome, and in Italy. And again, we find this again in 41 BCE. Caesar was murdered in 44, and there's a moment of confusion, convulsion, almost civil war. It's the moment in which the triumvirate is created. So Lepidus, don't bother with him, he will play a role. Mark Antony and Octavian, which will be the winner of the future Emperor Augustus. And in 41, Peter Augustus, Octavian, or applies again Caesar's measure. We have this in the source. No? Consequently, many houses were burned down. The rent of those who dwell in the city was entirely regulated up to a maximum of 2,000 sesterces, while for those who live in the rest of Italy, was reduced to a fourth for 1 year. The context is a bit different. In the case of Caesar, it was especially linked to inflation. The rents had gone too high. Here, what we think that happened is, as there had been conflict and warfare in the city, the problem is that the number of vacancies, the number of available houses had been restricted. That's what had made the rent increase, caused the rent increase. And that's it. We don't have any more sources for any other rent control measure for the whole ancient world. So in my opinion, this is a fascinating one. It's before the empire, so before the emperor had that control over the treasury and over politics, even within the emperor had to be very aware of what people wanted. And we have several different, like quotes in Rome when people were angry, for instance, because grain was too expensive and they couldn't feed their families. And it's a moment of experimentation. And what really fascinated me is that someone like Titus Rufus, who is the first one who came with that idea, okay, the Roman Republic, as we see in a moment, usually establish price control for grain. But if someone suddenly says, we can do the same with housing, and this is going to be extremely popular. And once it was proposed, we see that the following year, people were massively trying to vote that law because it really made a difference. I'll go in a moment about the number, which kind of people it's affected. And so could rent control be established in ancient Rome or the ancient world? Yes. And there we have several instances of price controls in the ancient world. Okay, even very early, the kingdom of Cuna and Mesopotamia, we have rent control. In the Greek cities, it was very useful to establish price controls over grain, which is the basic foodstuff, or even during festivals. You say, like, we are celebrating a big festival. It's forbidden for prices to go up during the festival in order not to profit from that flow of people coming to see us. No? In the Roman Republic and in the Empire, it's very usual that grain was sold at comfort prices to a certain number of Roman citizens. So you have to be on a list, and you have to fulfill several characteristics. Mainly, you have to be a probably male, we are not sure, but probably male Roman citizen. And you had access to grain at controlled prices. And also during crisis, in which grain, there's a moment in the Roman Republic when they give freely grain, but this is not normal. Usually there's always a price. In 38 CE, so our era in Cyzicus, so a city in the east, there is, for instance, this is very nice because it's an epigraphical inscription, so we have more details. This a maximum price for goods across the whole city. It's a queen, and it's a queen, it's very interesting again as well. It's a queen who is rebuilding harbor, a very important harbor of Cyzicus. So what she does is she says, okay, lots of people are going to come to the city to work in that work because it was really a big construction. So we establish a maximum price for goods in order not to have a high inflation. And then, most well known, Diocletian's, the Emperor Diocletian's Edict of Prices in 301, which established, strict prices for very detailed lists, almost on every foodstuff that you can imagine. And interest rates could be controlled. Okay? In theory, interest rates in the Roman world were regulated. Of course, there was a black market. Of course, people lent money outside those interest rates. But there were laws that went against that. And we have laws, plebiscites, so laws voted by the people, We had also Praetorian law, so the law controlled by one of the magistrates who dictated law. There were many laws against tenore, so too high interest rates, and then the ediles, again, another magistrate who controlled the market. So there was a black market, but there were mechanisms for control. And as well, I really recommend this work. It's by a French historian, Florence. There is an English translation of The Moral Economy, Poverty, Credit, and Trust in Early Modern Europe, in which she says that there are always social expectations. And this applies also to the Roman world. There were legal mechanisms, but also social expectations that in moments of real crisis, you have to control prices and you have to wipe away debt, something that Caesar also did, for instance. Okay. Roman law, for instance, contemplated you are a tenant, you're working on a field, there is something unexpected, a hail, flood, or something, and all your harvest is ruined. Okay. Well, Roman law contemplated that this year you are going to have a reduction on the amount of money that you pay for that field. Okay, so there are mechanisms. So some historians were very skeptic about this measure of rent controls, but when you see the context of price control in general in the ancient world, you see that it could be controlled. So it was feasible. There have been sometimes estimations, more than some of them are guesstimations, okay, because the kind of prices that we got for the ancient world are not always very sure. So rental costs in Roman Constantin basket, so 5% to 35%. Estimation for early modern Europe are around 5 or 10%. Going back to Caesar's measure, he established a maximum price of 2,000 sesterces in Rome. 75 years before that, 2,000 sesterces was what a former slave, so not probably a very rich former slave, would have paid for an apartment. So the amount of people that benefited from that policy, either from the Habitatio in Austin 48 or for Caesar's measure, even if only lasted for a year, was potentially very high. Who is going to be hurt? Not the rich people who have rented in block their houses because they were paid before, okay? Probably the middlemen, who were those who sublet to other people, but we're talking about a measure that really, at least for a year, could have a real impact on the consumption basket and on the rent availability of people in Rome and in Italy. Well, this is from 10 years ago, but anyways, the average, the annual normal rent as percentage of net earnings, and obviously it has increased much longer over time since then. But I think that this kind of measures, I'm looking backwards, in history to these kind of measures, a work that our host here, Konstantin, has done, really show us that it's nothing new, okay? So if you want to argue, if someone tells you, rent control is something very new, no, it's not. It has already 2,000 years history. They could be effective, and there's much potential of study of this kind of measures, for instance, which has not been done. A comparison in all the three modern cities of 1 million inhabitants. So ancient Rome, Beijing, Baghdad, etc. So before the arrival of the Roman Revolution, how all these rents and rent control measure took place, because they did took place and they were important. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we have 10 minutes for the questions. And we find
Yes, thank you. Very interesting. Do you have any idea of how the market worked? Like how were the rents advertised, or how the people got to know where to go to rent a house?
Yeah, we have rental advertisement in Pompeii, and some of them are very nice, like very nice house with baths, things like that. They were written on the, well, two ways. One is by mouth and ear, so people knew from other people that you rented a house or someone rented an apartment. And then we have rentals with graffiti written on, painted on the houses. There is one, the one I'm mentioning about the rental notice, the most complete rental notice that we've got. I mean, when Pompeii was buried, all that was preserved. So probably that worked the same in Rome, but in Rome it has disappeared and Pompeii was frozen in time, so to say. So that is, it's very interesting because it's a big, very big house, very big house, owned by a woman called Julia Felix in Pompeii, who probably also lived there, and she sublet part of the house. And then we've got the rental advertisement, which is painting, which just says, okay, very nice apartment with baths included, and you can ask. Sometimes it's she directly, or in other rental, it's one of her slaves, a kind of slave who really was the manager of all that. But usually it would be that middleman who sublet from the rich people. No? So he sublet the whole block, he paid directly to the owner, and then he will sublet. And probably it was exactly the same. So by mouth and ear, and then rental advertisement that have preserved.
Other questions about the institutional. So I know from 19th century in Europe and in the US, there were certain fixed periods when the people had to change their dwellings. So like in April and in September. Well, was it also the case in?
Yes. It's a moment, I think, what in September, I think. But we know of movements in other moments, but there was a moment in which most people try to change housing as well. There is a couple of sources that mention tangentially that, and yeah.
So it means that Caesar already knew that the contracts between the owners and middlemen were concluded.
Yeah.
And now it's so he didn't want to be.
We don't know exactly the moment of the year in which that measure was passed, because it's not said in the source, so we don't know in which moment. I mean, if that would have affected the rich senators or not. What we can see, or we can try to see, is that it could have had an impact. Not all rich people who paid much more than that. So it's said of someone, this is madness. He's paying 10,000 for an apartment in Rome. And it's like, oh my God, he's like the most expensive guy ever. In the same period, we have some things like that. But we know even of rentals that will be just for one day. Now people, very poor people, stay one day and then another ask one day. You don't have the possibility of doing one year. Usually it's 1 year contract, what people had in Rome. But we have instances even of people of very humble backgrounds, especially there's one mentioned in a poem of an immigrant from Gaul who is evicted actually of his house together with his whole family because he cannot pay. And the poet said, okay, now you're going to live under a bridge. Homelessness is another things that I have studied. But it's what suggests is that even people of very humble backgrounds and not much money could get a 1 year contract.
Cristina. Hi, this is Luis on WebEx. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. This is a fascinating presentation, and given my very limited knowledge of ancient Rome, so my understanding, I'm very interested in the political economy behind this, because my understanding is that only a certain type of person could own property, right? Like a Roman citizen, and with probably like certain type of income. So you mentioned that it wouldn't be the rich, and maybe I completely misunderstood this, but you mentioned that the rich wouldn't be affected by this. So I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on that, because I would have thought it was only the rich that were renting out and therefore would be the only ones affected by this type of rent control.
Yeah. So the rich own the big blocks of houses, but they rented it as a whole to a middleman. And in the moment in which that rental contract for the whole building is established, they got paid.
Okay.
And now then the middleman would sublet, and then he would be paid month by month or at the end of the year. So
and the middleman bears the risk of vacancy.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there were also many rich people who rented houses in Rome. That's true. Not everyone owned. And we have the example of Caesar, who got really into a big debt because he wanted, he's a new man from Italy, so he wanted like a very big house in the top of the Palatine, so where now imperial palaces are. And he got into enormous debt because it was very expensive to buy that. But we know perfectly of many senators who rented. And maybe they have afterwards, very big blocks of houses that they sublet or they let to middlemen. So it's a bit of a combination of that.
Was the cancellatio? Sorry if you already said that and I missed it. The cancellatio was towards everyone?
Yeah.
Everyone, okay.
Yeah. But that was never passed.
It was never passed.
It was never passed because the army dissolved the voters.
Yes.
Bloodly. Oh, they calculate around 400 people were killed. 400 citizens were killed at that moment when they were there trying to hold count until the voting was conducted. But the proposal at that moment, the proposal in 48 and in 47 was complete remission of debts and of rents. When Caesar passed it passes in a much more moderate way. So it's when he established that price control. But he established price control because what had been proposed before, it's a complete cancellation.
And two more very short things. These are the only measures during the Republic or the whole, also the empire?
The whole ancient world.
Okay. And the other thing is you said that we know that rent control did not really affect the landlords, the rich senators. It's not clear to me why. I mean, when the rent control was passed, did these not affect the main rent paid by the by the middlewoman?
Probably. The one who really bears the burden is the middleman.
Yes.
Because the senators or the rich people, when they gave away, they rent the whole building, they got paid at the moment. So unless the rent control measure was passed at that very moment, which is in a specific moment, afterwards, who really gets paid every month or at the end of the year is the middleman.
So they let the buildings to the middleman for long
periods. For long periods. Yeah, it could be years and years and years. But they got paid at that moment. So that's why it's very unlikely. But it would have affected rich people who rented.
Yes.
Because I have just mentioned, no? 10,000 for one apartment, suddenly it's just 2,000. Or would be, in theory, just 2,000 maximum in Rome, which it's not even middle, I would call middle class, it's even lower, what we would pay for an apartment in Rome for 1 year. So that's what we can guess about, because we don't have statistics or price statistics of housing. We have scattered mentions of 15 years before, 20 years later, and it's a moment of inflation as well because of the war. Prices have gone up.
I'm just thinking of Konstantin's presentation and the other housing policies that he had in his graph. I mean, like, were there other ones, like, were there building codes, like a minimum size?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Roman government, throughout the Republic of the Empire, intervened relatively actively in the housing market. There were regulation codes for buildings, and especially for heights. Okay. Over 4 floors was in theory not allowed, although we know that there were 6 floors. And over the 4th floor, you couldn't have a kitchen, for instance, in order to diminish the risk of
Fire.
Sorry, a fire. Yes. And there were other construction laws. For instance, if you demolish a building, you have, that's in the empire already in the 2nd century of our era. If you demolish a building, you have to rebuild it in less than 1 year in order to have completely left or destroyed property in the city. This is also an aesthetic thing, but it's also in one of the law regulations, they talk about the greed, okay, of the builders. So that's why they are trying to avoid. And also in moments, for instance, in the period of Emperor Nero, the Great Fire of Rome, afterward, when they reconstruct, because it burned out almost half of the city, when they reconstruct the city, Nero offers citizenship, for instance. So to all people who build a house, a very rich house. So very big houses, if you build it, you will get citizenship. Like that, those modern schemes, in Europe, in which if you buy a house, you get the citizenship of a country over a certain cap, was more around that, an incentive. So yeah, there are several instances of government intervention. And with Emperor Tiberius, so around the 20s of our era, there is a moment in which, well, he established a law saying that Roman senators had to own land in Italy. So everyone suddenly is having to buy land in Italy, prices go up, there is a big financial problem afterwards, and then the emperor intervenes in the housing market, but he gives money only to senators and members of the elite in order to allow them to keep their, you have to have over 1 million sesterces in order to be part of the Senate. If you went below that, you couldn't be part of the Roman Senate. And with that financial crisis, many of them had gotten below that. So he's actually intervened somehow the rich housing market. That's very specific in terms of crisis.
I think we should stop now.
Thank you.
What the presentation? Comes around. Next slide. Okay. Hi everyone. I will speak of community struggles for and against rent control. And I just want to say rent control is it's policy. It's government policy or local authority policy. But for us historians, it's a classic top-bottom analysis, which is what I've always done, and people have heard me in the last 2 years. I can tell you that that's the classic top-bottom. Community struggle is this project is an attempt to reverse it and look at history from bottom up, and I'm going to do that. Where is the thing? And I will speak of it through a social science theory that I think is very interesting and I think is very useful for the study of rent control. And after listening to quite a few lectures here, I think I'll carefully say that it might be interesting for some of you as well. Okay, plus, minus, arrows.
Arrows.
So what is social capital theory? Social capital basically refers to links, connections between people. Connections that connects all of us, every individual to its surrounding. And social theory mentions three types of these networks or connections. First one is bonding. That refers to one closest connection, families, friends, kin, neighbors, and these connections are characterized by similarities. It's connections between people that are very, very similar to each other. Second type, bridging social capital. And unlike the former type, this network connects individuals with different characteristics, backgrounds, and geographic location. And the bridging social capital is usually established through organizations or institutions. And these institutions connect people. The third type, which is the main thing I want to talk about today, it's basically politics. And this is why this is so relevant to rent control. And where the bonding social capital, the bridging social capital, can be perceived as horizontal lines because they're connecting people that are basically equal, this is a vertical line, meaning it connects people to others in higher hierarchies. Politicians, policymakers, people in the local authorities that implement rent control policy, etc. People in power positions. And when we are talking about rent control, we usually talk about it from a perspective of policy, but we all know that in many cases in history and current days, rent control policy starts from the bottom, from community struggle, from people, communities, organizations that are struggling to achieve and implement rent control policy in their region. And I think this framework, which is being used in many disciplines, is highly relevant to people that are sitting here. For those of you that enjoys graphics, not a very beautiful graphic, but I think it shows the principle, which is important. And the important thing is the difference between the horizontal lines, the connection between people that are not in charge of one another, and the vertical lines, which is the thing that I will show you today is the impact of community or how communities were able to impact government policy through this linking. So, something funny going on with the presentation stuff. Okay. So the evolution of rent control as a policy in Palestine and Israel mirrors major crises and transition the country endured since the beginning of the 20th century. World wars, local wars, economic crisis, growth, recessions, immigration, rapid transitions, any crisis you can possibly imagine, we had it in the last century. And these national, sometimes global events have far-reaching implications in housing domains, particularly on rent control. Shortage of materials, building constructions, things like that, that people that have looked at first-generation rent control are very familiar with. They had tremendous impact, and the more severe the crisis is, and the more crisis you have, that this is becoming a real problem. And the evolution of rent control in Israel is also the story of communities communities that were basically torn apart because of these crises. And from the beginning of the 20th century, I will explain how it starts. Two main groups form, tenants and landlords, and they spend about 100 years fighting among themselves and trying to achieve their goals and their rights. There we are. Okay. So why social capital theory? Why use it for the study of rent control, and why is it? So I believe it emerges as an extremely fertile theoretical framework. And I think it shed light on some questions. The ability of local communities to impact public policy, the methods used by communities to fulfill their goals and their ends, and the reasons for the success or failure of communities to do that, and in general to cope with crises, transitions, and socio-economic factors, immigration that impact rent control. And what I will do, I will briefly look at 3 case studies. In each of them, we will see a different angle of the landlord-tenant struggle. And at the end, the 3 case studies, I hope I will be able to convince you that rent control policy was fully shaped by these community struggles, not being born without it. So this is just a short timeline, so we're all on the same page. We are going through 3 periods. The Ottoman Empire, that's 1910 till 1917, and then we have World War I, and we have the British Empire occupying Palestine, and then they remained there till 1948, and 1948 we have, so we will move through these 3 periods. So the story of rent control in Palestine begins in 1910 in Tel Aviv, and Tel Aviv back then is a tiny neighborhood on the shore of the Mediterranean. And in 1910, the Tel Aviv published regulations for administration to landlords and tenants. While landlords were granted full voting rights, they can run to any office, they can own property, they can do anything, while the tenants are completely stripped of the rights. And as you can imagine, the tenants are refusing to accept that situation. They're very angry. And from that point onwards, these 2 groups are funding their own organizations. We have a landlords organization and we have tenants organization, and they are starting to expert. From a social capital perspective, this is like foundation of everything else. This is a distinct example of bonding social capital. Tel Aviv's the decision was the catalyst for people that organized with their families, with their friends, with their neighbors. They had the same purpose, the same goal. They aimed towards the same ends, and they just connected and started to work together. So in the following years, the housing domain in Tel Aviv was deeply influenced by all the major crises that I have mentioned, and first and foremost, World War I. And in the wake of the war, British troops entered Palestine, affecting the change of that. During that period, Tel Aviv saw a huge expansion, which led to steep rent hikes, but also strengthened the tenants' political force, and they double in numbers. New immigrants come to countries, most of them without property, and they become tenants. So the increase in both rent and numerical weight of the tenants that led them to organize and act. They formed a tenants committee and weighed enormous pressures on the Tel Aviv Council to abandon its neutral position and take their side. This was not an easy case. For the best part of 1919, the tenants' representatives struggled to tilt the council position until eventually they managed. However, the council agreed but did not take. And as time passed, they were more and more angry. You see the rent climb up, and eventually what they did is they went to the British government. The original model of resolving dispute within the community could no longer bridge the gaps between the two rival groups. The tensions grew higher, and the fabric of the community was also torn. And they appealed to the British government. They have accepted their appeals. Second, and that was the birth of the first rent control legislation in Palestine, 1990. Okay. So the new housing policy enacted in 1919. It reflected the affecting lobbying of the Tenants Committee. And the reasoning behind the legislation, as articulated in the opening paragraph, reflects a complete implementation of the tenants' narrative. Whereas it has been established by who? That the rent of houses and other premises are being unduly raised, it has been found necessary to take measures that tenants. That's from the preface of British ordinance. So the choice made by the tenants' organizations to appeal to the government was a major landmark in the long history of rent control in Palestine and Israel. Firstly, it makes the transition of rent disputes from being a local affair that is handled inside the community to being a national issue that is regulated by the state. Secondly, it demonstrates a fundamental change in the fabric of the community, creating what will soon be defined as the new class division. Everyone that studied humanities here heard of class division, and at some point we have historical documentation that shows that the division starts to be landlords and tenants. This is what had defined classes in Palestine in that period. That was all that mattered for your class classification. And the third point is that we can see a new political strategy emerges. And that's the key point. That successful attempt of tenants to force the regulatory arrangement, furthermore to shape it, didn't just make the British government implement rent control policy. They shaped the law. British basically put there what they wanted them to put there. And that conclusion that this is a very successful strategy, that lesson was well learned, and it will, you can see that they will use this strategy in the next. From 1922 to 1940. So in the following years, the rent market remained a mirror image of global transitions and crises. From 1922 to 1932, rent control basically feathered out. There was a severe economic recession and just nothing moved and nothing happened. It kept the rents quite low. However, it was put back on the agenda in 1933. And as the Nazi party rising to power in Germany, huge waves of Jewish immigrants fleeing from Europe, many of them the US, but many of them are coming to trying to get to British Palestine. That generates a huge housing crisis. And at this point, the housing crisis is no longer an internal community issue that occupies Tel Aviv's residents. It affects all cities. And soon enough, the community organization or organizing model that was developed in Tel Aviv, it happens, it duplicates itself, and it happens, we can see it in every city in the country. And the other thing that duplicates itself is the strategy. From mid-1933, the British administration was inundated with complaints and appeals from tenants across the country. They all demanded the government to intervene in the rental market. And these persistent appeals eventually led to the forming of an official government committee. And this committee basically they travel throughout the country, they meet with people, they meet with organizations, the tenants organization, and with landlords organization. They hear what the people has to say, and they write a report, and the government adopts this report. And this report is implemented in the 1934 Landlords and Tenants. And this act, again, was to a large extent the outcome of efforts on behalf of Tel Aviv municipality, and more importantly, the landlords and tenants. The landlords attempt to block it, and the tenants association efforts to generate. Again, their influence was not limited to the actual legislation, but it also managed to shape this arrangement. And in this case study, we can see again the tremendous impact of linking social capital. This strategy that was adopted by tenants organizations. And the form of action that was demonstrated in the former decades by the tenants organization in Tel Aviv was applied again very successfully. This time it was applied by the tenants organization in other cities. They saw the Tel Aviv. They do the same. And the local organization basically led a fierce struggle, a very successful struggle that generated government legislation. And it met the community's needs and the community's ends. And the same toolkit that was demonstrated in 1990 was demonstrated again, and it was proven very effective. And you can see how the involvement in national politics, the ability to reach out to policymakers and public institutions, again, paid off. They managed to lead and share a regulatory regime. Now, from 1934 onwards, the act was extended every year. Every year they had heated debates and disputes, but it was basically just extended. However, as economic developments and building emerges, the laws are basically forsaken. They don't need them anymore. And when World War II breaks, we only have one city in the entire country that still has rent control, and for the break of the war, of course, changes everything. In World War II, it housing market all over Europe and in mandatory Palestine as well. And we have global implications, shortage of building materials, slow developments, effort to prevent widespread evictions of tenants, and the fear that millions of people throughout Europe will just find themselves kicked out of their houses. And this situation leads throughout Europe and here to quite strict regime of. There was also, we had local implications. There was a big bombing in World War II of Tel Aviv and Haifa. And this leads to massive migration. People are just running away. And there is a widespread phenomenon of rent hikes, and that affects the British themselves. There are many letters and complaints from British soldiers and British officers that their rents are too high. The government is very much influenced by this, you can probably imagine. And in 1940, affect the rent distribution ordinance. And this ordinance placed the entire country under regulatory regime, and it has two main articles. The first basically deprive the landlords of any to evict tenants, and the second just freezes the rent. And this ordinance was quite draconian and quite radical, and it was supposed to be to last for very few years. It's an emergency legislation. It's supposed to be quite short term. However, it was not. Lasted it way exceeded its primary intention. And with the establishment of State 48, the government just adopted and just stays intact for quite a few years. Which leads us to the third case study. You can see pictures of landlords demonstrations throughout the country. So throughout this time, tenants across the country enjoys low rents. The landlords, however, are suffering tremendously. I will just mention that the profile is not written here, but most of them, picture, it's elderly people. It's people that came to Palestine, the beginning of the 20th century. They built houses, they bought houses, and they thought of it as a sort of pension. Whenever they're old, they'll have this income, and then they got old and they found themselves without it. The rent from the 90s frozen from 1940. We have inflation. We have every possible product pricing up. I will briefly mention the implications. Financial ruin of landlords, emergence of an extensive black market. Some of you may know it as key money. That also happened in other countries in Europe. Vexing relations between tenants and landlords, disputes, fighting, and deterioration of many buildings that nobody could afford to fix or renovate or paint or do anything about. And despite of this list of really quite severe social and economic repercussions, the regulation regime remained intact. And the reform in the rent control policy emerged only when political agents that supported the cause of the landlords came into power. And this is starting to happen in 1952. And what happens in 1952 is that the party that is called the General Zionist is rising to power. And this party was based on a unification of various groups and organizations, landlords. And I'll make it very simple. This is a very liberal party. Prior to that, the dominant party in Israel was a socialist party that supported the cause of tenants. And when this liberal party that had parliament members that for years have supported landlords is rising to power, then everything is changing. We have an election in 1951, and they are running for election under the slogan, "Let us live in this country," which reflects the fact that people grew wary of the economic hardship, the regulation, and what they change. And indeed, in the election, they tripled their power, and they are joining the socialist party, the socialist government, as main powers. And as they join the government, they're starting to lead a reform in the housing domain and in rent control. And we have a parliament member named Chet, and he's taking over the committee, the legislation committee, and he demands to fund a new committee, a subcommittee that will deal with rent control, and he demands to be the chairman of that committee. And this is where the rent control reform is happening. And the landlords that were for years deprived of access to any political power or policymakers finally find that the door to politics is open and their delegations are being accepted, and this changes everything from there. So the critical impact of social capital is very evident in the third case. Well, as the landlord gained access, they actually managed to lead a reform that was well due. And I'd just like to read, this is a piece that was saying that was it's from a speech in Parliament. I would like to remind him, that's the Minister of Justice, how often various delegations of landlords have stood before him, how often he has promised them to consider the demand and conclude them by telling them that everything would come right, although nothing had been done. And this describes the reality of many decades where landlord delegations and appeals have basically been refused and shuttered. It's only changes when they connected to policymakers and to a political party that actually implement their demands and work for their economic interests. And the conclusion from the analysis is the most important thing that I want to say is that there is a direct link between success or failure of communities to achieve their goals in rent control. It's always goals, right? Because tenants want rent control and landlords fight against rent control. And there is a direct link between their success or their failure and between their level of social capital. The more, there's something very intuitive to it. The more you're connected to policymakers, politicians, political power, the more you can achieve your goals. And both sides are using, throughout the years, linking social capitals to achieve their goal and to impact the rent control policy. And I want to say the theory in the field called social capital, they articulate many positive effects of this social capital. However, it also can use as a two-edged sword. And why is that? I think it's very intuitive as well. Because tenants and landlords, at the end of the day, they're competing for the same resource. So you have two competing groups fighting over the same resource. The achievements of one group always will come at the expense of another group. And this is very evident in these three cases. And what I try to show you, why this is a very interesting and important theoretical framework for the study of rent control, I'm done, is how both horizontal and vertical ties between members can provide genuine impact and to shape rent control policy. Thank you.
In theory, we
Oh,
finished
done.
our time,
Okay,
but
Well, then,
it's up to you.
let's stick to the.
It's fine. Maybe 5 minutes.
Aurora, it's.
So shouldn't we have just a short discussion and like postpone for 5 minutes? And, I know I shouldn't be saying this because I have the
responsibility.
You were asking something?
No, I will ask in the break, during the break. So,
No. If anyone has questions?
Ah, we are doing questions?
no.
Short, I think very short, no?
Sure.
Short questions, burning questions.
Okay. Yeah, no?
No.
No, mine is not short, so.
Okay.
I have a short question, just to give some question, which is, it's a little bit out, first of all, super interesting and curious to
Yeah.
kind of track how it's working in these different periods. In the first case, I'm just curious about the relationship between Jaffa and Tel Aviv. Because I understood Jaffa was larger than Tel Aviv at this period, or is it within the case?
It was.
Okay.
Tel Aviv was the first Jewish city. Jaffa was, everyone were in Jaffa.
Yeah.
And then they start in Tel Aviv, which starts very, very small.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, sure.
that grows.
I had one clarifying question, and if it's not short to answer, feel free to postpone or we can talk offline. But so you mentioned several times that the theoretical framework is of two parties competing for the same resource, right? The landlords and the tenants. So I was wondering if you could clarify what that, if the resource that you're talking about is the political power, right? Because I was thinking
No, the
originally
resource
that
is the
resource
housing.
was the house. Oh. Say that again?
The resource is the housing. That's the resource they're competing over.
Okay, because the way I'm thinking about it is the landlords already have the housing, and without the tenant, they don't have the revenue, right, that they are trying to get from that housing. So I was wondering if it was more the political power, since the landlords already have that resource. But okay, that makes sense.
Maybe someone else? Can I give this to you? If you could just,
How long is it supposed to be? 20 minutes? No.
30 minutes.
30.
The remote control?
It's there. It's the edge of the table. I didn't hide it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I have to apologize because I'm not presenting a structured paper. This is some preliminary work.
Oh, it's just pushed forward, sorry.
So actually, this is very, very preliminary work. It is not structured with a fixed argumentation. I just have some evidence about strategies that were practiced by landlords to circumvent rent control in Florence between the 1930s and the 1960s. And I thought it would be interesting to discuss this evidence from a methodological, theoretical point of view, since usually we don't have such evidence for historical cases. So, the problem is that, as I said, we don't have usually data on the compliance to rent control laws for historical cases. So what we usually do as historians, or what I personally did in studying Italian rent control in the 20th century, was starting from the legal framework, trying to understand precisely how the regulations worked, broke both the price element and the non-price element. And so at the end, I have a complete idea of how things should work, but then I don't really know how things worked, where these rent control laws complied to, where they circumvented, or maybe they were complied to, but they pushed agents towards what we call in the literature unexpected behaviors to minimize the loss coming from rent control. We, of course, know that some strategies existed, but the evidence is qualitative, scarce. It is not enough to understand the dimension of the phenomenon, or to generalize, to draw some conclusions. For example, you were mentioning key money. We know this thing happened. So yes, the risk is that we end up assuming that they were respected, that they were complied to, and nothing strange happened. And so, in studying the economic effects of rent control, I'm studying the effects of something that I don't really know to what extent happened. So I found this evidence while working on another paper. I was studying rent control in 20th century Florence, and I was using a sample of controlled and uncontrolled rental units based on the business archive of a company. And then I found these strategies to circumvent rent control laws, which I'm presenting. So now I'm just going to give a little bit of context, and then I will describe the data, the sample, and I will end up with some questions for you, theoretical methodological considerations. So first generation rent control has a long history in Italy. It was in place almost continuously from 1915 to 1978, when it was replaced by second generation rent control. There is only a short 4 years parenthesis of the free market during fascism from 1930 to 1934. And here we will be dealing with 3 laws. The first rent freeze that reintroduced rent control after the free market parenthesis. And then in 1947, the first important law after the end of World War II, which was another type of regulation, but with a rent freeze and tenancy protection from eviction. And then after sometimes without new laws, so we just had the effects of this 47 law. Then in 1963, there was a surge in inflation and a new rent freeze, this 1963.
It's the same global crisis, the same timeline.
Exactly. That is how I always think when I listen to you.
And the guy from Greece that's always with us, it's the same timeline.
Exactly the same. So I used data from, as I said, the business archive of this private Florentine real estate company called Edificatrice, which owned around 500 units in Florence. And I found 3 kinds of documents: the balance sheets, which have general data on total revenues. They have a lot of data, but they use this general data on total revenues, expenses, and so on. And then there were these accounting registers, which recorded the rental activity of the company from 1947 to 1975. And they had some information on each unit. The number of rooms, the floor, the rent paid, the status of the unit, if it is controlled or uncontrolled, the bills paid, and the name of the tenant, which is important because we know when the tenant changed and it is important. And then there was some technical documentation on the buildings, not on the units. These units were in the same buildings, and we know, for example, when the building was built. We know the construction unit and the cadastral class, which is approximate for quality. So I used I saw something concerning the 1934 rent freeze from the balance sheets, and something concerning the other two laws, the 1947 and the 1963 law, from the sample that this data set that I used from the register, which now contains information panel on 362 units rented from 1947 to 1969. I know that for economists, a data set with the 362 units doesn't exist, but for like the 1950s in Italy, it is something. And this is a map of Florence in 1964 that shows the location of the buildings where the units were located. So you can see that they are not really in the inner city center, but they are just around the inner part of the city center in Florence. And these were all popular low-income working class neighborhoods. And these are some very poor descriptive statistics of the units, just to show you that the year of construction is very, very old, from 1350 to 1920. But this is in line with most of the population of the housing units in Florence city center, which were built, 90% were built before 1919. And then these units are a little smaller than in terms of number of rooms, in terms of the Florence population according to the census, 3.46 against 3.49. And then we know that these are not very nice units. They range from middle income unit according to the cadastral class to very low income unit. And the mean is 4.7 and 5 is very low income unit. So not super nice. Okay, this is really something that I found. It is a textbook example of reaction to price control. So the 1934 rent freeze imposes a cut on existing rent by 12% and then freezes the resulting rent for 3 years. There is no tenancy protection and there is no vacancy control. What I see from the balance sheets is that the edificatrice, the company, loses 11% of the revenues from rents, so okay, in line with the law. But there is an increase by 20% of another voice, reimbursements from tenants, which previously did not include, like some voices like the cleaning of common areas and the registration of contracts was formerly included in the rent, and now it was separated. And this is, we all know that these things happen, and the literature has already written about this, but we usually ignore that this could happen when we then go to study these things. Like this is the classic gasoline example from Barzell. I think the year is wrong here, but agents react to price control in general, reducing the type and level of services associated to the commodity. This paper is very famous. It is about price control on gasoline in the United States in 1973, and the same exact thing happened. So what happens is that the company adapting with this adaptation only loses 63% of what it would have lost according to just the rent cut. Okay, here it is not only preliminary, but also unclear the situation because, okay, I will tell you. We are to the second law. This is a law in 1947, which freezes the rents. Tenants cannot be evicted, but there is vacancy control. So from 1947 to 1963, the Italian rental market is divided into two sectors. Units rented before March 1947 are controlled until the tenant dies or moves. And units rented after March 1947 are uncontrolled. The rent in controlled units increase very slowly because of the subsequent laws which allow for small percentage increases. So of course, since this is the type of rent control that we are talking about, in my sample, in 1947, all units were controlled because the law was just passed and it affected every rental unit. And then as tenants die or move, the number of uncontrolled units increases slowly. And then in 1963, there is the other rent freeze, which affects previously uncontrolled units. And this is, there are some mistakes. Monthly rents per room at current prices and monthly rents per room at constant 1963 prices. For the controlled units, the uncontrolled, and then the controlled after 1963. So you can see that slowly it increases, but there is a wide gap. Okay, so what is not really clear is that I saw on the registers that there was a voice for rent and a voice for sub-rent. So as if the company also gathered directly the sub-rent, and the sub-rent exceeded the controlled rent. And this should not happen according to the regulation. For me, it's not still clear how it happened. I exclude that it was just illegal because these are registers that the company kept. So subleases were allowed if partial, and they were also encouraged. To the point that during World War II, every contractual clauses preventing subletting was suspended, and this was still valid for the second afterwar. What I see is that 22% of the units, of the controlled units, was subleased for at least 1 year. So 80 units out of 362. And the average sublease duration was 7 years. This percentage of subleases is much lower for uncontrolled units. Only 6.5% uncontrolled units were subleased, and the average sublease duration was shorter. And also the sub-rent in controlled units is higher by 125% of the main rent, while sub-rent in uncontrolled units is just plus 60.55% of the main rent on average. So basically, here with this poor choice of colors, sorry, we have the rent of controlled units, the main rent of subleased controlled units, and here is the sub-rent, the rent plus sub-rent of controlled units. So you can see that the main rent of subleased units is in line with the rent of controlled units which were not subleased, but there is this added portion which actually reduces the impact of the control. These are some statistics comparing controlled subleased units and controlled non-subleased units, but in case we can come back. Okay, this is one of the examples. It is not very well elaborated, but this is a unit that was decontrolled in 1961. So I can see the change in tenant. It passes from the status of controlled to uncontrolled. So we can see that the rent until 1960 is much lower than in 61, but then if we add the sub-rent, we have this situation. So basically, in this case, in some mechanism, the effect of the control was completely circumvented. And then the last one, even here in this very classical situation, and Mariona talked about this in her presentation. This is the anticipation effect. There was a nominal rent freeze in 1963 in November. No tenancy protection, no vacancy control. And we can see it here. For some years, the rent stabilizes. This is 1964, if you can see it. But the rate of yearly increase in nominal rents for uncontrolled units was 5.4% in previous years. And in from 1963 to 1964, it becomes plus 18%. So basically, they anticipate the price control, and they basically don't lose much doing this adjustment with respect to a linear trend. Okay, so what? We all know that these things happen. I don't think that the conclusion should be, we have to be cautious. We know that these things happen. The thing is, since we know that these things happen, but for historical cases, we don't really know how to gather data on these things or have more evidence. Can we frame these results theoretically through some economic analysis of law, especially non-price elements? And of course, we know that many things were done in this direction through property rights analysis. Of course, the literature here clearly points out to a very old but seminal paper by Stephen Chung. So basically, I will not repeat the content of the paper, but Stephen Chung analyzed price control in terms of property rights and rent control specifically in terms of property rights. But the important thing that I think should be taken is that agents are not seen as passively receiving rent control. Once there is rent control, their action is modelized such as they are reacting to it, exploiting every possible margin of adjustment to reduce their income loss. And this action is subject to constraints, and the constraints that shape the actions of tenants and landlords is given by the non-price element of the legislation, tenancy protection laws, decontrol laws, types of contracts allowed among the parties, and so on. But to my knowledge, after Chung, property rights analysis went a lot further, but it was not applied anymore to rent control or this type of analysis. And my conclusion is that even though we know that non-price elements of the legislation are as important as the price control elements, and we capture these through indicators, my question is, since the absence of these elements can nullify, or in some cases, like the one studied by Chung, reverse the effect of the price control element, how can we address this thing theoretically? And then I concluded with this 1 + 0 = 0, meaning if we have a price control, but we don't have a certain element of the legislation like the tenancy protection, and this nullify rent control, the sum can be less than 1, not more. And I conclude.
Thank you for your comment. So I missed it, but why are you adding the sub-rent to the rent? Isn't it like instead of getting the rent, you get the sub-rent?
Yes, it should be like that. This is what puzzles me. The company received the rent and the sub-rent. So I'm adding it because it goes to it adds up on the revenues.
Because sub-rent is the other cleaning and that stuff, or
no?
What is sub-rent?
No, sub-rent is like as if there is another, some rooms of the unit are sub-rented to other people. And as she correctly points out, this shouldn't go to the company. The company should gather the main rent, and someone else should pay the sub-rent to the tenant. But this didn't happen, so sorry for presenting something that I don't know what it is, but.
No, but so maybe can you check if the name of the tenant changed or?
No, the name of the tenant is the same.
Yeah.
So, okay. One thing that I thought initially is that voice meant that the company was, because the company had right to higher percentage increases if the unit was partially sub-rented, but it's not like that, because also uncontrolled units are sub-rented, and it wouldn't make sense.
But what about if the tenant has to declare that he's subletting? Maybe it's compulsory, in which case what you get makes sense.
No, because it adds up on the revenues. Like, these are registers, and at the end there is the sum, and I find the same sum.
The tenant who would be subletting would have to give part of the extra rent to the company. That's not.
If it is an extra rent, so if the subtenant is paying both the tenant and the company, it is still a way in which the company remedies to rent control. The thing that is certain is that number is not there just for information. It is being appropriated by the company.
Aurora, and a related question. The rent control law at that point did not mention subletting, did it?
Sorry?
The rent control did not cover subletting, right? Because what you're saying is the sub-renting, basically it's coming up with the difference that they couldn't raise the rent. So I wonder if the law said anything about sub-renting or the rates of sub-rents.
Yes, the law was regulating sub-rents. It was regulating both the amount of the legal sub-rent and the percentage increases that the landlord could ask, but it doesn't correspond to that numbers, because the sub-rent could be on maximum 130% of the portion of the rent of the portion of the unit sub-rented. So it cannot be 150 higher than the whole unit, because complete total sub-rents were instead forbidden, completely forbidden. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Last presentation for today, Dennis Keating. No, I think he's going to show it because he's online. Dennis, can you hear us?
Hear me now?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. So I'm going to discuss landlord efforts in the United States to either restrict or possibly even eliminate rent control through the courts as opposed through the political process. I do not have PowerPoints. You have to bear with me without them. I'm going to focus on the U.S. Supreme Court, particularly the state of New York and the city of New York City. I'm going to first give you some background by way of context, and then look at some leading decisions, including one that's now pending before the U.S. Supreme Court that could be a decisive crossroads in the United States, depending on how it turns out. In 1919, we had rent control for the first time because of the effect of the housing shortage from World War I in the cities of Washington, D.C. and New York City. In 1920, a very conservative U.S. Supreme Court, by a vote of 5-4, upheld the concept of rent control in Washington, D.C., with the caveat that it was only legal as long as it was a temporary emergency. The same reasoning was applied by the highest court in New York, upholding the New York City rent control. However, in the following decade, as the housing situation improved, rent control was eventually phased out. Next time rent control appeared before the U.S. Supreme Court was during World War II. It was upheld. The government had declared defense rental areas across the country to protect wartime workers by freezing or largely controlling rents. Those were upheld, but on the basis of the federal government's wartime emergency powers, not based upon the usual legislative authority otherwise by local governments. I'm going to focus on New York. So Lewis provided an outline of the rent stabilization law in New York. I'm going to add a few points just so you understand the context of that. By the 1950 and continuing rent control laws in New York State, by legislation, New York City had to go to the state every 3 years to justify the continuation of a temporary emergency based upon rental vacancy rates below 5%, and that continued. Landlords challenged that from time to time, but failed to convince courts that there was no longer a temporary emergency. 1969, as opposed to the original rent control law, New York City passed the rent stabilization law. It applied to post-1947 apartment buildings in New York. It set up a very unusual system which lasted till 1985, and I've written about that. That is landlord self-regulation. So rents were to be set every year by an appointed board, appointed by the mayor and city council. The landlords would register their units, and then the landlords would supervise the system, including any complaints to a board that would hear tenant or landlord complaints. In 1970, that was challenged as unconstitutional, and the New York highest court upheld its constitutionality. In 1971, and this continued pretty much for the following decades due to the powerful landlord and real estate lobby in Albany, New York, the state legislature. 1971, they adopted unlimited vacancy decontrol. So every time a apartment was vacated, the landlord could basically charge market rents without any restrictions. In 1993, they additionally added luxury decontrol, as it's temporarily called. And the idea was that wealthy tenants did not need the protection of the rent stabilization laws. So tenants who made over $250,000 annually and paid more than $2,000 in rent monthly, those units were exempt. That law was later tightened a little bit, but generally landlords, while complaining that rent stabilization was still inadequate in terms of the annual rent increases dictated by the Rent Guidelines Board, nevertheless, pretty much were favored in the implementation of the system until 2019. And then with the change in the politics of New York State and with the Democrats controlling the state legislature for the first time in a long time and the governor's office, the reform of rent stabilization under the Tenant Stability and Protection Act was passed. It made rent stabilization permanent as opposed to relying upon these periodic justifications to continue it. The vacancy and luxury decontrol provisions were repealed, and also increases by landlords to make major capital improvements, which have been a major source of contention, were also restricted. So as of today, we have almost 1 million units under rent stabilization in New York City, and that covers about 2.5 million tenants. The landlords, of course, reacted, having been defeated in the legislature politically, by announcing that they were going to challenge the 2019 law based upon its constitutional defects. I'm going to mention two other states that I'll briefly cover later, and that's California and New Jersey. Those were two states that adopted rent regulations in the 60s and 70s into the 80s without any state controls authorizing them. Although in 1980, landlords attempted to pass by initiative restrictions on local rent stabilization laws in California, but that was defeated by the tenants. However, in the 1990s, the landlords succeeded in persuading the California legislature to impose on local rent controls, vacancy decontrol, and then later a provision that allowed landlords to evade rent stabilization laws by declaring that they're going out of the business, largely converting their units from rental to condominiums. Generally, in New Jersey, California, and a few other jurisdictions besides New York, these second generation rent regulations in the United States typically limited coverage. New construction was exempted, for example. There were annual rent adjustments based upon factors such as landlord cost increases, inflation, and tenant income patterns. These laws contained a guarantee of fair return on investment to landlords, allowed for landlords to appeal on the basis of hardship, and also allowed usually for special rent increases for major capital improvements in the buildings to prevent deterioration. So in terms of constitutional challenges, New Jersey, for example, with numerous local rent laws, although fairly modest controls. 1975, the New Jersey Supreme Court held hearings in 3 different constitutional challenge cases by New Jersey landlords, rejected them all, and upheld the right of cities in that state to, on their own, without state authorization, enact rent controls. 1978, landlords claimed that they were being denied fair return on their investment by these local laws. Again, the New Jersey Supreme Court unanimously rejected those claims. So landlords pretty much at that point gave up challenging New Jersey's laws under the New Jersey Constitution. So let me talk about largely New York with reference to California in terms of the decisions of the US Supreme Court. The landlords have invoked 3 provisions of our federal constitution in the United States in challenging rent regulation and rent stabilization laws. First, the takings clause of the 14th Amendment. In the United States, if the government takes control of your property, you are entitled to just compensation as long as it's been taken for a public purpose. Landlords' property hasn't been taken in that respect, but they have argued that there's such a thing as regulatory takings. That is, if the government passes regulations, as in rent stabilization, that they argue denies them their rights under the Constitution, that amounts to a taking, and either the law has to be terminated or they have to be paid compensation. Obviously, no city, including New York City, is going to pay compensation to landlords for the supposed taking of their property through rent stabilization. Second of all, under the 5th and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution, landlords have raised objections under the Due Process Clause, claiming that laws, by their configuration, although they vary considerably, in one way or another, deny them their right to due process. And finally, they invoke the Contracts Clause, claiming that you can't override pre-existing leases by reducing rents, including rolling them back to begin rent stabilization. So those are the 3 main contentions that have been typically raised. In a 1978 decision by the U.S. Supreme Court, not involving rent stabilization, but rather historic preservation, the U.S. Supreme Court determined that there were 3 factors that would determine if there had been a taking under the U.S. Constitution. First, what is the economic impact of the regulation? Second, to what extent does the regulation interfere with, quote, distinctive investment-backed expectations, in this case of landlords? Third, what is the character of the government action? So in effect, is there a legitimate public purpose that justifies the regulation? In the 1980s, there were some innovative attempts by landlords to challenge rent regulations in California. The U.S. Supreme Court held hearings and took a couple of those cases and then rejected landlord claims. And in 1992, it decided this case, a very unusual claim by landlords, and the last time the U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to hear a constitutional challenge to rent regulation in the United States. It's called Yee versus City of Escondido. It involves the fact that in California, over 100 communities have regulated mobile home parks. You might ask, why mobile home parks? These are parks in which the owners are considered tenants because they have to pay ground rent for the spaces that they lease from the owners, and those rents could in effect drive them out of the mobile home parks and displace them if they were not regulated. They have convinced local governments around the state to impose rent stabilization to regulate land rents, which landlords claim are highly unconstitutional. In this case, they claim that they were being forced to forever rent to mobile home tenants who, as long as they paid regulated rents for their spaces, could never be evicted, and this therefore denied them their right to control their property and also denied them a fair return on their investment in these mobile home parks. The U.S. Supreme Court rejected their claim that this amounted to a physical invasion by the government of their property and upheld the constitutional rights of local governments in California for the public purpose of protecting tenants by regulating those rental spaces. Landlords have also unsuccessfully, in addition to citing those constitutional provisions, argued that rent control was irrational because it didn't achieve its purposes, and that governments were not generally protecting the public welfare by including, in many cases, protecting tenants who were undeserving of the protection of rent control laws. 1993 in New York, landlords challenged the New York City rent stabilization system. They provide as applied evidence, claiming in the case of a couple of examples of landlords that due to the restrictions of the rent control laws in regulating rents and other provisions of law, that they denied these landlords a reasonable return on their investment. The district court judge and then an appeals court, federal, both denied that challenge because they said they hadn't presented widespread evidence of systematic denial of fair return under the New York City and state rent stabilization system, and therefore dismissed those cases. Then in 2008, the owners of a couple of apartment buildings in New York City challenged the rent stabilization law. They invoked all three provisions that were mentioned previously in the 1978 U.S. Supreme Court decision, said that the economic impact was highly decisive, denying their intent in investing in their buildings, denying them adequate fair return in order to maintain their buildings, and generally a violation of those constitutional rights that I cited previously. The landlord then appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court in the year 2012, having lost at the federal district court and appeals court levels. And in 2012, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to take their appeal. In the United States, the U.S. Supreme Court has the sole jurisdiction and right to determine which cases it agrees to hear. It requires 4 of the 9 justices of our U.S. Supreme Court, at least 4, to agree to hear the case. And in 2012, they declined. So in the United States, since the 1992 mobile home park decision from California upholding rent regulation of those parks, the U.S. Supreme Court for over 3 decades has not heard a case involving landlord challenges to rent regulation, which then leads us back to the 2019 reform regulation favoring tenants in New York State and the New York City rent stabilization system. 2 landlord organizations, the Rent Stabilization Association, which up until 1985 had been the organization that had administered rent regulation and rent stabilization in New York City until it was removed from their authority and shifted to the state of New York's Department of Housing and Community Renewal, where it's been ever since, and a separate organization called the Community Housing Improvement Organization, representing other landlords. So we have 2 major landlord organizations which immediately filed suit and once again claimed that the 2019 reforms adopted by the state of New York applied to the city of New York were unconstitutional under the federal administration, went to the federal court in New York, and cited again the 1978 U.S. Supreme Court decision claiming under those three tests they had been denied their rights under the Constitution. They were particularly appealing to the idea of a taking, as the California landlords had tried back in the 1990s case. The federal district court, based upon that 1992 decision, dismissed the landlords' appeals, said that the U.S. Supreme Court had spoken, and under the tripartite test of its 1978 decision, the landlords had failed to overcome each and every one of those tests in their challenge to the 2019 law. That was in March of 2021. They then appealed to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the intermediate court between the district court and the U.S. Supreme Court for the jurisdiction the landlord sued in. And the Second Circuit Court of Appeals on February 6th of this year, again, supporting the decision of the federal district court judge based upon the 1978 U.S. Supreme Court decision and those three tests, likewise dismissed the case, said that the landlords had failed to show they were being denied a fair return, that the U.S. Supreme Court decision stood New York City's reformed rent stabilization law, highly favorable now to tenants, as opposed to the past, did not violate due process, that the government of the states of New York and New York City were entitled under their police powers, as they're called in the United States, to protect the general welfare by protecting tenants, in the case of New York City, millions of tenants against unfair rental conditions, including rent increases that were unaffordable, that the system that was adopted back in 1969 was perfectly rational in terms of annual rent increases based upon studies of landlord costs, that landlords had the right to appeal if they felt they were being treated unfairly or denied a fair return, and therefore they dismissed the case. As a result of that decision, I'm going to read you a quote from an attorney with the Legal Aid Society of New York City who represented tenant groups opposing the two landlord organizations' lawsuits following that decision in February. There's a well-financed effort to try to get these cases, that is, the cases brought by those two organizations, as well as a couple of others brought by different landlord organizations, before the U.S. Supreme Court with the new justices, and that refers to the three conservative justices appointed by former President Donald Trump, based upon their membership largely in an organization called the Federalist Society, a very conservative organization, which provided Trump with a list of acceptable justices, and he picked all three from that list. They now comprise a 6-3 majority on the U.S. Supreme Court of conservative justices. And she says, an immense amount of money is being spent in the effort to get the appeal of the New York City landlord organizations before the newly constituted U.S. Supreme Court. Not because there's a belief that so much has changed constitutionally with the new law, that is the 2019 New York law. There's a belief that they, the landlords, can buy their way up to the Supreme Court and then bring property law back to 19th century jurisprudence. The following is the statement issued by the two landlord groups which have filed an appeal before the U.S. Supreme Court, asking that the decision of the appeals court from February be heard and overturned. And they've said the following: we always expected that these issues, that is the constitutional challenges to the 2019 law, to be decided by the U.S. Supreme Court. And we are confident we will ultimately prevail and finally compel leaders around the country to create real and fair solutions to our nation's housing challenges. That has struck a lot of fear into cities that have adopted rent stabilization in one form or another. There has yet been no decision by the U.S. Supreme Court. It is expected within the next few weeks, by the end of the current term of the U.S. Supreme Court, And once again, it will take 4 of the 9 justices to agree to hear the case. If that were to be the decision, and if those 4 were to be 4 of the 6 conservative justices, they would then need only 1 more conservative judge, leaving aside Chief Justice Roberts, to form a majority of 5, at least to 4, if not 6-3. And there could be probably 2 likely outcomes. One would be a very narrow decision by the conservative majority if they chose to invalidate at least some provisions of only the New York state law as applied in New York City under the rent stabilization system. For example, the 1920 US Supreme Court precedent said that rent control can only be temporary as long as there's an emergency. Since the 2019 law basically eliminates that emergency provision, which I think is long outdated, and has made it permanent, that is to say, you can't merely claim that because of the ups and downs of a vacancy rate that there's no longer justification for a city like New York City to invoke rent stabilization to protect millions of tenants. That could be one possible ruling. However, if the conservative majority, on the other hand, used its decision and attacked not only the New York law, but decided to invalidate portions of rent stabilization in general, which would affect rent stabilization in California, many cities in California, New Jersey, which I previously mentioned, Washington, D.C., which still has rent regulation, as well as Lewis mentioned, state of Oregon, which adopted a anti-rent gouging law several years ago, which California has also adopted. That could have the consequence of literally outlawing under the U.S. federal constitution rent regulation in the United States. That would be an incredibly drastic move. However, the conservative majority on the U.S. Supreme Court has shown that with the addition of the 3 Trump judges, it has no hesitation in overcoming past precedent, as evidenced by, as many of you, if not all of you, know, overturning the longstanding precedent of the right to choice to an abortion under the U.S. Constitution, which no longer exists, by decision reversing the Roe versus Wade decision of the 1970s. So it is entirely possible that the U.S. Supreme Court could issue a sweeping decision. On the other hand, if it followed past precedent, it might simply, as in 2012, decline to hear the case if 4 justices are not convinced that this is truly worthy of their review. So I will let Konstantin know what happens. It probably will happen within the next 2 to 3 weeks. I'm going to mention 2 other challenges that have come up in recent times where rent regulation has now been adopted. And Lewis returned to one of those. That is in Minnesota. In 2021, due to a renter initiative in the state capital of St. Paul, Minnesota, the voters narrowly approved a rent control referendum, but a very usual one. It's one of the strictest adopted in the United States, imposing a 3% cap on rent increases. And unlike most second generation rent regulation ordinances in the United States, did not exempt new construction, but said that new units as well as existing units would be regulated in the future under the law. Landlords immediately sued under the federal constitution, claiming that, thank you, the St. Paul initiative was unconstitutional and would deny them a fair return and the other typical arguments. And last month, a federal district court judge in a 51-page opinion upheld, nevertheless, the St. Paul rent control regulation, dismissed the landlord claims. However, in the meantime, the law, which took effect last May, was then amended by the city government in the fall after a consultation with a citizen committee, and to the dismay of the renter organizations that had gotten this initiative passed in St. Paul, significantly loosened the restrictions. It first of all included new construction, at least for the next 20 years. It exempted buildings owned by nonprofits. It imposed vacancy decontrols, and it allowed landlords special consideration in appealing for hardship rent increases. So while the tenants won the legal case, at least for the time being, they lost the political war for the time being and the near future in St. Paul. Secondly, in November 2020, the voters of Portland, Maine, also approved a renter-engendered rent regulation referendum by a wide margin. Rent increases there were capped at a generous 10% annually, although inflation was to be taken into effect. The landlords immediately sued, in this case, not challenging the constitutionality initially, but seeking to block implementation with the idea of then pursuing a claim that rent control in Maine, at least, was unconstitutional. The law took effect July. In July 2021, a local judge rejected that, and the law was implemented. The landlords have since presented their own initiative, and if it adopted, would have imposed vacancy decontrol, at least in addition to what was passed by the voters originally. And in last month, the court, which heard their, the voters which voted on that initiative, rejected by a very substantial margin the attempt of landlords to impose vacancy decontrol, in addition to otherwise not challenging the constitutionality. I suspect there'll be further legal challenges in May. So to summarize, in the United States, on the one hand, the U.S. Supreme Court, in its rare hearings on rent control constitutional challenges by landlords and landlord organizations going back to 1920 and up until this year of 2023, have generally upheld the right of local governments, state legislatures to adopt rent regulations. On the other hand, we're about to find out if that has changed with the current composition of our federal Supreme Court, state courts notwithstanding, and state court decisions notwithstanding. And we'll find out very soon. And as we say, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
I had one question. I couldn't hear anyone in the audience, so if I may begin. For these challenges to rent control to happen and be brought to the Supreme Court, is there the need for a change in the law, like a new proposed rent control policy, or can the current policies be brought to the Supreme Court?
The landlord challenges have generally been to, I think in their thinking, their wishful thinking largely, they would like to have the courts declare the laws to be unconstitutional. If that had happened, then of course the local governments that had their laws ruled unconstitutional could go back and simply pass a different version of rent control or rent stabilization, in which case they might face future challenges. The courts were not being asked to reconfigure the laws unless they found parts of the laws to be a violation of the Constitution. And the landlords have generally gone to the federal courts. State court judges in the United States are not typically, but often elected. I think they felt that elected state court judges would be more sympathetic to local governments and perhaps to the larger voting population of tenants and landlords. Therefore, they have largely brought these constitutional challenges in the federal courts, seeking to override state and local decisions on regulation. So even if the U.S. Supreme Court would take the New York case, even if it declares some part of the New York law unconstitutional, that doesn't mean that then the state legislature in New York can go back and then rewrite the 2019 law and probably preserve at least a large part of it. But we'll have to wait and see what the U.S. Supreme Court decides. If they refuse to take the case, we're pretty much in status quo that rent control is unlikely to be overturned by at least the federal courts.
Officially, it's over, just in there. But you just.
Maybe.
Thanks for this really interesting overview, Dennis. My name's Kenton. I'm actually a PhD student at UCLA and a student of Alan Heskin.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are old mates, I guess. I was curious about if in tracking these laws and tracking the kind of acceleration of landlords kind of trying to raise these cases, if you have noticed at all like a systematic strategy by tenant groups to counter these kinds of legislation, because we've seen growing tenant unions across the country, new allies like the AIDS Healthcare Foundation or some unions bankrolling some of these referenda like in California. If you see, because I haven't seen, I'm not as familiar with a kind of tenant court strategy, you might say it as.
Good question. I think the general pattern has been that tenant groups using organizations like the Legal Aid Society in New York or the ACLU, Civil Liberties Union in the United States, or their own lawyers have simply joined with city government. So largely these are cases defended by the attorneys representing the city government, St. Paul, Minnesota, New York City, and others that have passed the laws. So it's not just the tenant organizations, but they have typically, as you can do in the United States, filed legal briefs in support of whatever arguments are made by the local government. If you're not aware, I did a paper for the previous workshop talking about the politics of rent control in the United States. And what's noteworthy is that after the 1980 defeat in California of a landlord initiative, a couple of the national real estate organizations then did a systematic campaign around the United States to get state legislatures to preempt and ban rent control. And 37 of the 50 states, now including Ohio and Florida recently, so we're up to 39, have passed laws saying they will not allow local rent control, or there can only be local rent control if the state legislature approves it. The counterweight to that, in reference to what I think you're asking about, is that there are now efforts, or have been in Washington State and Illinois, to try to get the legislatures to roll back those restrictions and allow for local votes. That's how it happened in Minnesota, in St. Paul. Or politically, they have, as they did in St. Paul, as they did in Portland, Maine, initiate referendum or initiatives to try to pass rent stabilization, assuming that the city government is not favorable. In the case of Minneapolis, the mayor and city council are still opposed to adopting rent control, last I heard.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, last short. No, you have no question.
We're not behind. Let's go.
I should also add, of course, in these political campaigns, landlord groups heavily outspend the tenants, likewise paying their lawyers to go to the courts. They have large resources as well as lobbying state legislatures.
Okay, thanks a lot to all.
Thank you, and have an enjoyable dinner.
See you hopefully tomorrow. Thanks a lot.